Hello everyone, Cantha here. Welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. I'm going to continue playing on Ardens Argentum. I want to keep going. I want to take her through Eye of the North. I want to sell this Scroll of Adventurer's Insight that I for some reason have in my inventory that I don't need. Hope everyone's doing well today, by the way. Oh, by the way, I am now officially a Kurzik. If anybody was wondering, that happened over the weekend because it was increased faction. So I did some stuff with people, do a little bit of vanquishing. So anyway, I want to continue Eye of the North. Let's do that, starting with leaving the guild hall so I can go do Eye of the North stuff. I'm going to rearrange my cups a little bit here. Change which one I'm putting in the pole position. I have 3 cups next to me with water in them because I like to make sure I have easy access to hydration. And I was just juggling that. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my quest log. Where am I at? Okay. I need to gain the Norn as allies. And I need to go do the Blood Washes Blood and... Okay, too far. Let's go... Let's save Blood Washes Blood. Let's go do Olafsted's business here. Olaf's business. But I need to get stuff together here. So let's grab... I don't know, who have I been using? This crew, I think. Not Daedalon. But I was using Vec. Maybe I was using Gwen? Yeah, I was using Gwen. Alright, let's roll with this party for the time being. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see ya. Congratulations again on Legendary Survivor. I had a hair, though, somehow sticking out of my microphone and kind of tickling me a little bit. Very unpleasant. Okay, let's grab... I need more skills on this character. I need more skill points on this character. These might be related needs. I'm just gonna swap my secondary to make it easier to lose a bunch of skills. Warrior Stance was surprisingly good against the Glacial Griffin. Yeah. It's a nice goal to slowly work towards. Well, you get a bunch of them by doing Legendary Survivor. That makes sense. I kind of think I want to do Hammer, though. Sure. You know what? Yeah, Tactics Hammer with a little bit of strength thrown in, because why not? Forceful Blow, Auspicious Blow, Fierce Blow. To the limit. Let's just use Drunken Master, because why not? Hey, Toepat. Good to see ya. Yeah, getting a Legendary Skill Hunter is really expensive. You know what? I want to put on Desperation Blow. I think... Was I meant to do that in Eye of the North skill? I think I might go check. Because I meant to do that. Whirlwind attack is always a good idea. And these are functionally equivalent now, so that's nice. Yeah, let's go see about... I meant to do that. Yeah, my dervish that... I have this ridiculous goal on my dervish to have literally every skill in the game. So he's gotten, like... He's my legendary survivor. He's gotten 700 skill points or something and is, like, low. I don't remember exactly where, but... The other thing, too, is this character's not done the campaigns very much. And doing the campaigns is where you get a lot of your skill points. Because you get, like... Think about how many skill points you get for doing, like, masters and stuff. Who is Black Dawn Sylvana? I have no idea. Yes, I meant to do that. Excellent. Those are all scythe attacks. That requires a scythe. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab these, though, while I'm here. I'm going to grab some skills that I know are specifically Eye of the North skills. That's a lot of hammers of Cathandrax. And this, I think. Were you wanting to give me a lot of hammers of Cathandrax? Alright. You want to give me hammers of Cathandrax? I'll take hammers. And soldier speed. There we go. And then I can go turn them in to Cathandrax. That's... You just, like, hand them in, step in and out of the dungeon, hand it in, step in and out of the dungeon, right? Because that's, like, that's the quest, is, like, turn in a hammer, yeah? Where am I at on skill points now? Down to 2. Hooray. Sounds good. I'll have to go do that. I want to grab my... I meant to... so I don't have much in strength, so the I meant to do that becomes a lot less exciting when you don't have much in strength. Let's run 10 tactics so I can get some points in strength. Yeah, that'll work. Fair enough. Well, I thank you. I will have to go turn them in a couple of times. I guess I might as well start with that. Is it better to go... Cathandrax is back here. I guess I'll go just from Doomlore Shrine. There's just money and experience if I... Because I think you actually have to complete the dungeon by doing the dungeon to get the other thing. None of these are stances, right? Okay, good. One of those moments where I'm like, oh, wait, I don't have a stance on here that I'm going to want to not be using. Hey, Wester. Or Ascalon. That is the exact wrong direction. I want to go south. Show trades. I'm not familiar with what you're referring to specifically with that. Oh, mantids. Did something end my stance? Oh, the economy, gotcha. Yeah. Would you stay dead, Mantid? This is... I like a lot of... I like the char, but the mantids are so annoying. I see. It was a bot that you'd chose F2 and it would buy things, I'm assuming. Okay, I don't have lockpicks. Gotcha. Gotcha. Pulsating music feels a little out of place here. It's interesting. I feel like Guild Wars Prophecies in particular had really good music placement. And that, like, as you go on, like, Guild Wars 2 music just feels really all over the place. They're like, here's a nostalgic Guild Wars 1 track. And I'm like, why did you play this song here? And they're like, it's nostalgic. I feel like there's a certain amount of that happening as you kind of go on with Guild Wars, where Prophecies has a very, like, clear sense of, like, here's where the songs go and their meaning and stuff like that. And it just kind of stops having that going on. I don't know. Like, it's not a complaint about the music itself. It's where the developers are placing it. I really like a lot of the Guild Wars 1 music. I think Jeremy Soul's done a lot of really good work, and then he friggin' had that catastrophe that was the Northerner. That was, I think, a bad PR disaster for him, or at least it was not great for his PR, and then he had all of the allegations against him that were really not good for his PR. I'm taking the long scenic route here, but that's fine. But, like, Guild Wars 1 music is generally music that I like quite a bit and do have a lot of nostalgia for. It's just something that I think is really important and can be underlooked in video games in particular is just the use of, like, theme and motif and intentionality with placing music. Nintendo's always done a really good job with it. And that's part of why something like Zelda's Lullaby hits so hard, because it's consistently reinforcing connections with the royal family and Zelda in particular and the royal family at large. Like, but it's got very specific, like, theming, or like the Hyrule Field theme is always connected to Hyrule Field because they don't just play it willy-nilly to the point where it loses all connection and meaning. And that's sort of the, like, they have really good musical consistency in Prophecies, but as you kind of, and, like, I think Factions does a fine job and stuff too. I haven't really thought about Nightfall musically now that I think about it. But certainly by the time you get to Guild Wars 2, I feel like Guild Wars 2, they just, like, we're taking, I don't know, this seems associated with humans, so then you start getting post-steering Ascalon music played in Kryta, and it just feels completely... I do have lockpicks? Oh, I do. I have 2 lockpicks. Never mind. Let's use one. And it just feels completely out of place by that point. I've not listened to, like, there's a lot of his work that kind of, like, ends up stuff, or, like, I'm not familiar with his, like, full body of work. I know some of his stuff from the Elder Scrolls, and Guild Wars 1 mostly. I know that he's done some other random stuff too, but Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me to some extent. If you are doing enough music, you're gonna, and you have enough deadlines and stuff, you're gonna kind of start leaning on the things that are like, this does well for this. But like anyway, it less about postering music has this very, to me, it has a very sort of empty, hollow feel to it in a way, where it feels like there's creating a lot of space where there's like, this is a post-steering song, the song right now. And to me, it's a song that has a lot of like emptiness to it. And it's just the sort of thing where like, and maybe I'm overreading into it. Maybe I'm reading my own stuff into it. I don't know. But the music is strongly associated with post-steering Ascalon and with sort of the emptiness there, the desolation of it. So when it's being played in somewhere that is not empty and desolate, like post-steering Ascalon, it basically, like, when the music is mentally associated to me with post-steering Ascalon, so when it's played anywhere else, it feels out of place and wrong. That's kind of fundamentally what I'm getting at. This ward against melee is giving me a real headache. So is this soothing. It has a score. There's songs played in posts. There is a lot of ambient sound effects. The birds and stuff like that. Oh, I got a gold over here. But yeah, it's like less music and more like, I don't know, some chords and stuff. But my basic point is like, there are certain tracks I associate with certain areas, and if they get played outside of those areas and outside of those circumstances, I just feel like, what is this doing here? Like, pre-steering music is very specifically pre-steering music. And when it gets played, or like a really good example, there's some spots where it's more mystical areas, and so it's playing music that I associate with like the Crystal Desert. And it's like, whoa, that's interesting. That's playing this music here, and things like that as well. So, I don't know. But yeah, this is music I associate with post-steering Ascalon right now. Of course, the combat music is about to cut in because I'm about to get into battle, but... And I lack the, like, total music vocabulary to be able to talk about it properly, so... We're about to go get our butts kicked by some elementals, sir. That is my report. Actually, we're doing okay. How much energy does this give me? 8? My goodness. Just straight up raw 8 energy gain is very strong. This is an odd question. Does Stonefist Insignia increase the duration with which you knock yourself down with Desperation Blow? Like, do you get up more quickly if you don't have it? I've literally never thought about that until just this moment. And I do not know the answer. Elias, please stop me dying. I see. Please give everybody an energy. Thank you. Hey, Flowstone Elemental. How do you feel about some smackaroos? Hey, Rampage bonus. That's nice. I do certainly plan to kill a few more enemies here on my way to my destination. I didn't realize how energy hungry this was going to be when I put this bar together, but I am very glad that I put Auspicious Blow onto it. Doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's still a standard length. I don't know. Let's just go over here and... Okay. Taken care of. Excellent. Swithenai. I mean, it depends upon how many energy skills you have. You...
What
Yes. I would like your...
Who goes there?
Your thing, please. Actually, I should... Before I go zoning, I should talk to the scout, because I have enough kills. There's Swithenai.
What news? Who goes there?
Thank you. And let's go reset him again. Zell's Hammer and renewing Smash. Yeah, I mean... It will, absolutely.
I'm afraid I'm busy. I'm afraid I'm busy.
You're afraid you're busy, eh? Where's the count? 7? There's a lot of running back and forth, unfortunately, but...
Are you still here?
Yes, I am still
I'm
here.
afraid I'm busy.
I have hammers for you. Yeah, that's gonna be rough on your energy too. Although if it's 2 maintain enchantments and a bunch of adrenaline skills, then it doesn't matter. Although you have other options to help with your energy as well.
Who goes there? Who goes there?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can easily do 2 maintain enchantments with good ol' Battle Rage. Might as well. Might as well. I remember when Battle Rage ended and it drained all of your adrenaline. It was terrible.
What news? What news?
Because, like, reapplying it would make you lose all of your adrenaline, if I remember correctly, or something like that as well. I have that on this character? Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Who goes there? Who goes there?
Just a couple more hammers. And I'll be done with turning in hammers.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
I don't know what he's going to do with all these Cathandrax's Crushers, by the way. I don't know, he's just building a collection of them, I guess. Don't know. Some sort of hammer of supposed epic. Let's see, is our mission to recover Cathandrax's Crusher, a great dwarven weapon? On our way to the caves, we were ambushed by an overwhelming Char force. I guess he's going to arm the army with Cathandrax's Crushers? I don't know. That's a good question, to which I do not have an answer. There you go. They're used to build Divinity's Reach. Perfect.
Are you still here?
Yeah, I turns out... Okay, I'm done now, though. Hooray! I have 7 skill points. That netted me like 5 skill points, so that's cool. And like a bunch of platinum. Yeah, 15 platinum. So, very nice, very nice. Let's go to Olafstead, where we're beginning this whole endeavor of the day. And let's go fight some destroyers, I guess. I should... I'm going to have more of these things drop, aren't I? Well... Where am I sticking them? Over here. Still Storm there for the moment. I feel like I get icy bowstrings more than any other element. I don't know if that's true or just some sort of confirmation bias, though. For military purposes, with the sheer number he's gotten since the launch of EotN, you can do the wolf thing from Dollar and Wolf Trading Co. He's definitely got a lot of them.
Who sent you?
I did? Question mark? Issue armor hammers. Yeah.
Why are you here?
Okay, Vision of the Raven Spirit. Actually, I just got I Am Unstoppable. Let's replace I Meant to Do That with I'm Unstoppable. That'll be useful for the dungeon ahead, and also has nice synergy with Desperation Blow. I do like getting a bunch of adrenaline off of Desperation Blow, but I'm content to go this direction too. Let's see, this is my Knight's Armor. Yeah, I'm not running strength, so I don't need that. I don't need the energy max increase, so I'm good. Let's see, what is this one? This one's got some Survivor in it. Yeah, I'm fine with Knight. Okay, Ogana Bear Tamer. Hey, Clean Star, good to see ya. I feel like it's been a little bit. I'll be starting the stream and pop up my friends list and see you doing something. Hope you're doing well, Clean Star. It's good to see ya. Ah. Well, that's worthy of celebration. And congratulations. I believe it's opening up here in a couple of days. What is today? The 13th? So yeah, literally a couple of days. That I should be able to register to get it? I'm not quite sure how that's all set up, but... I'm looking forward to being able to get mine as well. But very exciting to hear that you're able to get yours. I need to go talk some Norn into being cooperative. With my hammer. That's how Norn like to talk, with hammers and axes and stuff. Exhibit A, this guy.
Why are you here?
Yeah, I try to avoid fights going up this way. Just makes it a little bit quicker, you know? Thankfully, this character is female, so I'm not going to have to run all the way back here to do that friggin' quest chain. The marriage quest chain. Or the proposal? The courtship quest chain? What do you want to call it?
Why are you here?
Norn courtship? Spin. Everybody knows the adage, spin to win. I'm a stout delver. I hate inner fire. Like, destroyers have high armor, so they should theoretically be weak. Ooh, wow, these guys are corelicious. They should theoretically be, like... It should be preferable to try to take them on with health regeneration, but inner fire means that that doesn't work very well. Because that's outside the caps. You can't overwhelm it with, like, 30 degen. It's just literally they're gaining... Wow, okay. They're just gaining a bunch of... And yeah. Horns? Yeah.
Never angry.
That would have made them a little bit different looking. A gate too far. A gate too far. Let's go. Which way? This way. Why is there an icy stalagmite out there, though? I don't think I've noticed that before. Huh. Weird. I hate icy stalagmites. They are very annoying. The problem with icy stalagmites is they like to whirling defense on you. Like that, see? They have a side with kind of ablative structures that goats have to prevent brain damage. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that front. It does seem like they should have stuff for that. Yeah, I mean, Kilroy's Kilroy. Over the top dwarf friend. There's the whirling, and I can take it down. Of course, headbutt's a real good skill, too. Or at least really useful. I figured I was getting one of these. Okay, my backline got wrecked by some water magic. Deep Freeze has a pretty big AoE, so. Yeah, Elias's bar is going to be a little bit underwhelming until we actually encounter some more destroyers, because destroyers are fleshy, whereas a lot of these elemental type enemies are not. Great Dwarf Kilroy. His head broken off trying to headbutt someone. Well, clearly, the solution to that is he just literally tosses his disembodied head at somebody. Waiting for destroyers to spawn. I feel like they intended people to do the Norn first, like, in the sense that it was just kind of like calibrated that they're like, this is probably the direction people go first. Ah, there you go. Destroyer of Hordes. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna wait a few hits to see if this guy is a lightning reflexes type of guy. Yep, there it goes. Oh, no. Yep. Still going. This is unblockable if they have weakness, and I do have enfeebling blood, so there's a little bit of that going on. I'm not going to pick up Raven Blessing. I do not like it. Let's see. I'll interact with a shrine. Hey, shrine. How you doing? Nope. Don't need you. Because I am unstoppable. I mean, the reason they want you to have it is this whole, like, knockdown thing that they have going on these tremors. With their titular skill tremor. But any knockdown prevention works. It's a fairly large AoE on it, but... I'd rather not sacrifice my entire skill bar for an anti-knockdown skill. Thanks. I'd just rather be knocked down, quite frankly. Wow, that one was aggressive about its tremor usage. I still do prioritize it a little bit because it's an LA, but... reflexes, eh? I could have brought Mokelly Smash. That wouldn't have been terrible either. Alright. I will take it just dying. Forceful Blow is a stance canceller, by the way. For anybody who wasn't familiar with that, it does end stances, but because it requires adrenaline to use, it's a little bit awkward to try to end stances with it. Or at least the defensive ones that increase block chance, anyway. There we go. I would rather not fight Chromatic Drakes, thanks. Ooh, golden egg. Just need to take out destroyers and the doors open, and we can continue. Doing Ultram Ruins on the path to SWS. Having issues with him or not actually finishing the kill. I can receive the Olaf Blessing. You are correct, game. You have programmed it so that way I could receive the Raven Blessing from Olaf. Or I could choose to not grab that skill because I don't like it and just continue on my merry way. I think I'm going to go with that option. It's taking me a little bit more directly at the Viteers than I was hoping, but whatever. Okay, apparently I need to... Elemental Resistance, eh? Oh man, Sympathetic Visage is kind of annoying. Viteer aren't that strong. Viteer are definitely the Devourers of Eye of the North, though. Speaking of which, why aren't there more Devourers in Eye of the North? And the Char Homelands, like they have this whole thing about Siege Devourers, but where are the non-Siege Devourers? It's very confusing to me. Like I'm all for them having different enemies there, with some of the Mandragores still near the mountains and the Mantids being there. And I've said this several times. I think the Mantids are kind of cool as terms of enemies up until the point where they stand back up after being killed. At which point they just become really annoying. There is something that can cause destroyers to spawn in here. I do not have enough experience with those properties to know what you're referring to, so I'd actually be kind of curious to have the details. Because I definitely would like them to be different. Ah, here's some destroyers. Like, I've heard of Terra and WoW, of course, but... like, something really cyclic that you can't even begin to offer in the rest of Guild Wars. How does this destroyer hold a chocolate bunny without out-melting it? There's a mystery for you to ponder. Yeah, it would be really neat if they did a very different thing. Like in Frost Death Knight, you have runes and runic power as resources. Yeah. So if they had their own sort of like resource mechanic or something where they were interesting, I don't know. It would be interesting if they were passives as well if they're like passive effects or something. Just like we don't normally get passive stuff. Duranium chocolate. I don't know why they use this exact same spot later when we're doing against the destroyers, but I don't know. For some reason they did. Just Death Knight, sure. My party is having a bad day with these destroyers. I realize that Vec and Elias are actually somewhat redundant with their current bars now that I think about it. I should do something about that. What has happened to my party? I mean, it's okay if we wipe, because there's like a resurrection shrine, so obviously it'd be nice not to, but well, okay, Hada's gonna recover us here. Obliterate spends 2 of your 6 runes. Runes take 10 seconds to recharge, and 3 can recharge at a time. 1 rune expansion generates 10 runic power. Frost Strike needs 25. And has a 2% chance to regenerate a rune per runic power expended. Good job, Hada. Good job. I don't know why to the limited there. I was just thinking wrong. There's the tremors. I thought one showed up, so. It's a hard-boiled egg with it. So yeah, very different sort of mechanic though. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the current implementation of the blessings is the big thing, because I find them to be very boring. Has a 5% chance to proc Rime, which quadruples the damage of Frost Blast and makes it cost 0 runes. Also applying Frost Fever as a damage over time. Actually, I want to go after this large group of enemies here. A lot of rangers, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Okay, time to go fight a gate. Because I didn't have that up in time. That's okay. a gate can have a deep wound somehow. I don't worry about how. Just doing some inventory management while I'm wailing on this gate. This makes obliterate, deal frost damage, so it's boosted by your mastery, which is flat % damage, increase across all frost damage, and you can crit automatically. Where is their Slayer? Yeah, so there's a whole mechanism kind of set up. It was 3, wasn't it? It was.
Who sent you?
Oh.
Who sent you?
Yeah. I should maybe pick up a replacement ID kit after expending that last one. Fine obliteration with Frost Scythe, which costs 1 rune, does about 66%, but does quad damage on crit. Also benefits from killing machine. There's Olaf.
Who goes there?
Alright, time to leave my party so I can do the Great Norn Ailmoots.
Who goes there?
Let's go! Great Norn Ailmoots.
Never anger a Norn.
I'm not the biggest fan of this quest chain, because it's very fiddly. Or this particular quest, I should say. Yeah, no, I get you. Something where it's like more interesting than what it is, which is just, I mean, the problem with the blessings is they're too much like Guild Wars 2. Let's see, slalom time, yeah. Trigger. There we go. This part in particular is very finicky. Okay, now I have a minute to get some pigs in. You know, if they'll cooperate and run from me. Everybody loved Farmer Dirk's minigames. That was undisputedly the best part of Prophecies. There we go. That wasn't too bad, but it can be very finicky. There's more of the same without any real justification for why they're doing that. Yeah, I mean, it's...
Who goes there?
Thank you.
Who sent you?
Yeah, it's one of those things when I look at the totems. It's like, okay, I can use this and I'll replace my skill bar with a bunch of skills. And then that to me is not interesting. It's not even full skill bar. It's like 4 skills or something plus the cancel skill. They were originally overpowered, then they got kind of nerfed. As you said, looking at GWs, how even contemporaries did it better. Honestly, feels like a straight up creatively bankrupt company. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying.
Are you hunting something?
Club of 1,000 Bears. Oh, this quest is... Okay, how do I want to approach doing this one? So this quest can be quite tricky. I like the idea of bringing Signet of Infection. Actually... I was thinking ear bites. Yeah, I kind of want to use hammer skills because I'm going to be forced to use a hammer here anyway. This is not really important. And I wanted ear bites. And I can bring tryptophan signet. Actually, I think I like the idea of touch of guile. I do want one more signet. This might actually be a good spot for Dolyak signet if I had it, which I can go remedy that. I don't know if I'll need Auspicious Blow or not. I'll leave it there for the moment. I can bring Devastating Hammer as a knockdown to get a touch of guile off with. And then... yeah, let's go grab Dolyak's signet.
Are you hunting something?
I don't know why I was talking to you. I meant the Shunlai. Can't Brancor have a skill person? No, I'm just going to check because I'm curious. Yeah, Stieg, right over here. Ha, convenient. I may actually want more skills, so I'm just going to grab that. Stieg, my friend. Give me skills, please. How many skill points do I have? 7? Who needs to keep skill points around? I should have Crude Swing. This is very useful. Flurry is a skill that I want to have access to. Staggering Blow, surprisingly, I keep finding myself wanting. I'm going to want all of these eventually. It's just going to take a while to be able to get to the point that I can afford them. Let's grab some classics. Cool. Where's Dolyak's signet? Wait, this only lasts 11... oh, yeah, I have no strength. Dirt. I'm like... of course it doesn't last very long when you have no... I want a reasonable healing sig, but maybe... yeah, that's probably fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, there's a certain amount of you just want some standard effects on skills, and I think that's totally reasonable. I can understand, though, where you're coming from with, like, could they have done a few more creative things? And, like, They have done more creative things with some of their skills, but there is a lot of like in Hammer Mastery, it's like, oh, here's your deep wound solution. Here's the equivalent over in swordsmanship. You're going to get a certain amount of that. And I don't think that's necessarily... Lion's Comfort prevents the use of signets. It disables your signets when you use it. And I want more signets on my bar to use Symbolic Strike with. For the plus damage. And I specifically want the degen that I get from Ear Bite plus Signet of Infection. To try to counter the bear's natural... regen, which is crazy and off the charts. Ooh. Got a lucky interrupt there on its Troll Unguent. Wasn't necessarily trying for that, but I'll take it. No. But if you knock it down, it also uses it. That's annoying. Forgot about that. Then it uses Defy Pain. Yeah. I mean, I can just use that to apply damage to it. Okay, I forgot the knockdown strategy didn't really work. It doesn't deal damage, like, at all. Okay, I'd be better off going with a more damaging elite. I really wish there was an elite signet, by the by. It's weird though, this fight's less about like your durability and more about its. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the bear pet is such hot garbage because of its brutal mauling slowing down its rate of attack. I think I'm going to beat it here. It's just going to take a while. That's true. That the implement. Yeah, it's unfortunate that roller beetles are so effective as damage dealers. Yeah, this guy's going down, but... just takes so long. Defy Pain makes him extremely damage resilient. And he starts using Doliac Signet if you knock him down. Oh, Defy Pain just wore off for a moment there. You could tell because his HP suddenly plummeted. I was going to use Doliac Signet probably right away, but nope. There's a Defy Pain though. Like, death-leveled Warthogs were the best before Roller Beetles were implemented, but only because Blunt has typically slightly less armor universally. Yeah. Roller Beetles having slightly quicker attack speed is... like, I don't mind there being differences in pets and what they can do. But, yeah, it is... okay, so this is a problem that I have with Dark Souls 1. balanced design-wise, which is that the effectiveness of the Grass Crest shield is just too high. There we go, took him down. There's no reason to not use the Grass Crest shield for most builds because it has good enough block. Especially, I think it was 100% at one point, and then they nerfed it. But it has good enough block, even at 95. And
Who sent you?
yes, this one. The issue is like the stamina regeneration is such a really good passive effect to have. That's basically there's no reason to not use it except for very specific circumstances where you might want like the stronger block of say Artorias' Great Shield or Havel's Great Shield. Like if you're doing something like that, but if you want a shield that can parry and stuff, like the Grass Crest shield just does everything you want. So yeah, I mean it's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, you gave it this special property, but this special property is just so much better than any other special property that you can put on anything, or that you have put than what you have put on anything, that there's no reason to run anything else, which I think is just like it's one of those things where I think that there's like a couple stages of design, but the problem that you have with any sort of game these days, particularly any sort of game that has a multiplayer element to it, like Guild Wars 1 has, or that Dark Souls has, is that there's an especially hard push towards optimizing. So something like I don't know, Final Fantasy 12 or whatever. I'm just picking a random game. There's not the same like push towards optimization. Like players will find stuff and be like, okay, I'm going to try to play optimally with it, but it doesn't have the same community aspect for most players. Whereas an online game naturally will develop that. So anyways, it's just a long story short. Yeah, improved DPS. Long story short, it's this really unfortunate issue where you end up having just taking a scan over. Yeah, you end up having this this scenario where online games will always have a higher propensity to like push towards more optimized strategies, and you have to account for that when you're designing them. I don't really feel like I need Signet of Infection, but Tryptophan Signet's pretty sweet. And they implemented roller beetles. They should have standardized all pets to 1.33 attack speed. Yeah, they should not have made roller beetles just straight up have better attack speed than every other pet, because I mean they don't move as fast, but that's hardly compensation, right? You know, I might just slap on Resurrection Signets. That way I can get that additional plus 12 damage off of Symbolic Strike. Actually, let's move some things around. I also want Pain Inverter here. I think this might be an Enraged Smash time. My understanding was that they move slower than other pets. The other pets, basically, that they swapped the move speed buff that pets otherwise standardly get, and the what's the right word? Self. And the attack speed. So instead of moving faster, they attack faster. I'm just looking up bosses here to see if there's anything I might want to capture. That's an Eviscerate boss. Where else can you get this? Okay, yeah, that's not worth worrying about. Okay, no reason to bring Second of Capture to that then. No, I want Racing Beetle. Anomaly. Racing Beetles attack faster than other pets. 1.33 versus 2. However, they move at the same speed as players. Other pets move 25% faster. That's what it says on the wiki. They have some really good innate properties for sure. Part of the problem that Warrior has is Warrior doesn't have... Like, Warrior would benefit greatly by having an Onslaught variant, but the closest thing they have, Primal Rage, is a garbage PvE skill. So, they don't really. 7 weapon stance would be good, but this character's not quite far enough in factions to have captured that yet. Plus, there's more elites in the game than that, and it's kind of nice to use them sometimes. What I'm planning on doing here, by the way, is Blood Washes Blood and Prenuptial Disagreement, so... Okay, whatever. Green dye, eh? And in a completely unshocking twist, we have a gigantic horde of enemies accumulating on our position. Finding themselves at? I don't know. Don't know why I chose accumulating. That was a weird choice. Okay, I think we're done being attacked. I like Warrior, but it's definitely, I don't think, as strong as Dervish or Assassin. It just doesn't matter. The Roller Beetle doesn't have a permanent 25% IMS. Is that you already... Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But you could say the same thing about increased attack speed skills, so I don't know. Depending upon how you're setting stuff up. Oh my goodness, I hate freaking quicksands so much. If you're bringing Call of Haste anyway, it's both, so... I like Tryptophan Signet. It's quite powerful. Let's see. Color Protection, OTUGs. Early Aggression is an increased attack speed skill. Yeah, I mean, it's going to hit hard. For sure. Good old Bear Force 1. It's a great name for anything bear related. Yeah, you can also use Run as 1. That's an improved movement speed skill for both you and your pet. I'm going to talk to Eagle first. Oh, base 1.33, not modified. That's weird. Yeah, I can see where that would be a difference. It's like the difference between attacking with a short bow versus a sword. Or whatever. They have different innate attack speeds. Or like short bow versus horn bow. I'd be glad to aid Jor, but first I have to convince Olaf that I don't want to marry him. And have big Norn children rub out his bunions or whatever. Yeah, so you improve its attack speed and it goes even faster. Yeah, I mean, that's a bit ridiculous, for sure. Is Flatbow is like, what, 2 and Horn is like 2.8 or something? I don't remember. I'm just pulling numbers out of thin air. I mean, not horribly off numbers, I don't think, but... What are bow? Let's see. Flat is 2.25. Oh, we got ourselves a worm. We've got ourselves a worm problem. Hang on. Hornbow is 2.7. So yeah, it's very slow. Bows are just generally slow at attacking. That's actually really close. 2.7 for Hornbow. Recurve and Long are both at 2.475, apparently, according to the wikis. Attack speed numbers. Flight time is lowest for Recurve. Most of the bows are the same except for Flat, which is the longest. Yeah, longbows are not... Longbows are, like, kind of medium. I prefer using short or recurve, depending upon what I'm trying to do. Very rarely do I actually want to be using a hornbow. It's nice against destroyers, kinda, but because of the innate armor penetration that hornbows have. Flatbow accuracy is just kind of bleh. I like recurve if I'm trying to be more interrupty in my playstyle. Otherwise, I prefer short. Long and flat are both nice for pulling. I'll sometimes use flat bow if I want to be attacking from a distance, but the longer flight time on it is really undesirable. Yeah, they need a much... They have like 10% armor penetration. They were used in PvP for spiking because your attack speed doesn't matter as much in that because you used a bunch of quick attack speed skills. Or like skills with shortened attack times, but... Nope, worm. Hi. But the, we're about to get attacked by a worm again, aren't we? Yes. But from a PvE standpoint, yeah, they would need to be a lot stronger. There's mostly just read the wind and favorable winds. I'm not sure what other ones you're referring to. There's a few skills that specifically do. Called shot and quick shot. Not sure offhand what other skills you're referring to flatten flight arc. I like combining these two quests together. It works out nicely. I really like this tree model in particular. This like frosty willow. Sure, needling shot, yeah. There's some specific other ones. I don't know about every single elite bow attack. If nothing else, I think most of them are just normal. Oh, my party is getting wrecked. There's a couple. Broadhead arrow explicitly takes longer. Burning arrow doesn't. Melandry. I'm pretty sure Melandry shot doesn't. I don't know why these bears think they should be getting into a fight with me here. Where are you, Eagle? Oh, you're over there. Yeah, incendiary arrows doesn't. Burning arrow doesn't. Crippling shot does not. It's unblockable, but doesn't shorten fight time. Quick shot does, but it's also hot garbage, so. I'll grant you, yeah, I was blanking on needling shot. Nope. Hate these things. You know what? Have this. My nose is being itchy for some reason. It's very annoying. Yeah, the problem is Quickshot was a good, like, my understanding anyway. I never thought it was a good skill, but my understanding is that people thought it was a good skill, like, back when, before some properties got changed around. And, like, you could use it to, like, weave in between normal auto attacks or something to increase your effective attack rate or some such. But I don't think it's functioned that way in quite some time. That's always struck me as kind of a dubious argument. It's always seemed as a very bad elite to me. Need to get the sacred altar going. These Arctic nightmares are not particularly threatening, since all they're trying to do is consume the flame. Excuse me. Unfortunately, like, I slept a decent amount the night before last, which meant that I had a really hard time falling asleep last night. Unfortunately, in a bit of irony. So I'm a little bit yawny today. There we go. Where are you, bear? Oh, right, we need to spawn bear. Or... okay. Never mind. Bear spawn in a cutscene. Okay, Eagle, let me talk to bear, please. Thank you.
Never anger a Norn.
Let's just say I'd be super disappointed if I captured Quickshot as my first elite. I'd be like, is this what an elite skill is?
Who sent you?
Really? Alright, it's time to go hunt some char. I think I'm going to swap over to my stealth agent. Funk. Yeah. It's just a little not enough. Like, there's different ways that you could add properties to it. That would make it suddenly start to be appealing. Okay, well, that Mandragore managed to stop being a problem. I'm hitting for decent numbers here. Pain inverter. That was fun. Should have removed the penalty on barrage and volley before banning the game, though. The remove clause, that removes preparations is there for, as far as I know, from the beginning. Like, I can totally understand. I'd be willing to give them a try to see if they're broken without it. But, I think it's the sort of thing where you're just kind of used to the skill being that way, so you don't really think, should it be a different way? You know what I mean? The sort of situation of, like, it's always been that, so why would it need to be any different? Knocked me down. Oh, probably an elementalist spell self. And it's the sort of thing where when you're looking at the like relative balance of professions across PvE, I mean, there's always going to be some professions that are better at some things than others, but if you have a class-wide mechanic in the cleric, it should be restricted from a mechanic on the class. Yeah, my problem exactly is that barrage and volley are so good and so vital to your success in PvE that they kind of invalidate preparations. I do have that as a problem, and I do think that is an issue. At the same time, like, do you have to then bounce everything up to be kind of good enough in relation to barrage and volley with preparations? And it's just it's one of those things where it requires a lot more testing. But yeah, no, I have the exact same problem of like I think anyway of what you're describing. I was like, oh, this is so good. Why would I do literally anything else other than barrage? My inventory is definitely filling up. This guy does not have a skill that I need. I checked. Oh. He may have made a slight mistake. At least he's not Frenzy Heal Sig. It's still really amusing to me that if you're a warrior, the very first skills you get in Prophecies are Frenzy and Healing Signet. Unfortunately, I do have to take this skill. Drunken Master's good, but you know what? I'll just grab it over it. But you do have to break down the barricades. There's no other way to continue, and it's really annoying to me. Most common barrage build literally relies on a skill which until recently, relative to the development history, was restricted from full exploitation. Yeah, I'm not sure what the meta sort of barrage bars are. A duplicate of a preparation. You're talking about... Well, you can't pair barrage specifically with together as one, but somebody else could bring it. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Sorry, you're kind of talking around the name of the skill, so... Because I'm not sure exactly offhand what you're talking about. It's a little... Splinter barrage. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be reasonable in PvE for preparations to work with barrage and volley. I could see them having some sort of clause that when you use them, they reduce the duration of any active preparations by like a second or something. Yeah, except better. Ignite arrows has always been kind of too low in damage quantity. It would be nice if it were a better skill, is what I am saying. Like, I think a lot of the preparations are underpowered because they're balanced around PvP, not PvE needs. Yeah, 2-second cast time is a lot. I mean, it requires good clustering. The AoE on it's fairly small. You can use it with incendiary arrows to get sort of the AoE effect that you're talking about, and I think that's cool. But I think I hit the wrong skill relative to what I meant there. But yeah, I mean, it does have the issue that it does not work with. Like, it would be really cool to see how many damage packets you get off of a Ignite Volley or Ignite Barrage. Either one. Once I can cast for 5-second duration. Are you talking about Splinter Weapon has like a 20-second duration, it's just that it ends after a few attacks. Whereas Ignite Arrows does not end after a few attacks. Has a 5-second recharge, but it lasts like 20 seconds. Not quite the same thing. But yeah, if you're talking in practice, it obviously has a very short functional duration. Okay, this boss needs to go down. A little more Snowmender. Heal area. Yeah, that's Char status checks out. The Char like to use heal area in it kind of weirds me out. This is like a weird side to lore thing, but it kind of weirds me out when like anything that doesn't believe in Duena uses a Duena skill like that. Duena's Kiss, for example. Ignite looks good on paper, but it uses the same target prioritization. There's a lot of arrows, so you have like 2 arrows clustered together, and the third goes off to Zimbabwe. Yeah, it certainly is not the most reliable skill. Its AoE area is much bigger than it's like in the area as opposed to adjacent. So that means it can hit stuff. The real issue with it is the 5-second recharge is very long. And frankly, its whole gimmick is that it works with preparations, which is a little underwhelming, frankly. Undertakers. I don't know that Undertakers is worth anything, but I certainly like it. Didn't I drop you off over there? Apparently not. I am filling up on cloth here. Okay, good. Got iron from that. Should probably be running ads while I do this, but whatever. I definitely wish that it was a little bit more precise or a little bit quicker recharge. Yeah, you need to do a lot of work to make Ignite not look bad. It does...
Why are you here?
Does the Ignite arrows explosion benefit from Conjure Flame? Okay, yeah, this is not worth anything. I kind of thought not, but always good to check. I do like to put them on my Bippers, Undertakers, because they do tend to get low HP.
Are you hunting something?
But anyway. Let's see, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to grab my 3 of those. Yeah, I know. I need to go to the Battle Depths, but first I want to go talk to Olaf and tell him that I have rejected him.
Never anger a Norn.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, it is an additional packet. But it's a packet that's armor respecting, so it gets mitigated pretty badly. Which is part of the issue.
Who sent you?
Oh, right. This is the... I always think that you can just, like, chain things together here in a nice and appealing way, but no, that's not how it works at all. I'm gonna swap that out for Whirlwind Attack. Okay, let's go talk to the dwarves. I need to clear up more Shunlai space so I can dump this Grail and Armor Salvation off and stuff. Oh yeah, I should switch back to Slayer of Nightmares. Yeah, that's the thing, is so many things have too much armor in this game. It's really frustrating, especially like destroyers are kind of, again, the design of destroyers is such that like they're high armor. I don't necessarily object to enemies having high armor. I think it would be good to have a balance of some enemies that have high armor and are vulnerable to armor ignoring damage, especially health degeneration, and have other enemies that have high HP but low armor, so they're more susceptible to armor respecting damage, to where you don't want to be trying to degen them or like E-surge them, but you want to be actually using elementalist damage or whatever. The problem is they don't really have a lot of enemies that fall into the latter category in the game because they don't have things below 60 armor for the most part. With like, there's a few exceptions. Siege Ice Golems and stuff have like 50 armor against fire, so they'll take increased damage from fire spells. But it's very annoying. In my opinion, but it works the way it does. And destroyers are a really good example of like they're not weak to regen or to degeneration either, because they have an innate skill, Inner Fire, that gives them like 30 health every second, which maximum health degeneration is going to be 20, so you're not getting that capped out. Yeah, no, that I believe that too. That armor against fire is notably omnipresent, and part of that's because they made fire really good at AOE, and then they're like, oh, everything should be able to counter that or something. I don't know. I think ArenaNet's done a really good job with like core ideas and not necessarily as great on execution. It's just the core ideas are so good and nothing else does them that it's kind of like the best by default at what it does in some regards. And there's a huge amount of nostalgia that I have wrapped up in Guild Wars 1. There is some storytelling stuff that I like as well, like throughout the games. Particularly Prophecies, but Prophecies has the problem that it doesn't have enough side quests, so I don't know. Ascalon, I love Ascalon for so many reasons, and part of the reason is because it's so well developed in Prophecies. It's such an intriguing thing to me, and I'm a sucker for ruins, so. But yeah, the things that are going to be good are based upon like the design of the game and the enemy setups and stuff. I get the impression you don't like the game quite as much as I do. It's just an impression, but... So what are the core principles you think are bad core principles? And what are the ones that you think are good? Just trying to tease out what your thoughts are. I really need to build Talcora better.
There is much to do. Hail, human. You need me?
Breath of the Great Dwarf and Light of Deldrimor. Those are both really nice to
You
have.
seek the dwarves?
This dang thing is so easy to forget. The way the economy works is just fundamentally designed in a way that socializers don't have a real social... Yeah, the economy is screwed up. I'll agree with that.
Hail, human. You seek the dwarves?
Yes, attack on Jalsa's camp. Yeah, when I look at the game, the stuff that I particularly like... I personally like the crafting system, but I know that's going to be a little bit of a mix. But I really like the build and like skill system concepts, the multi-classing and the limited skill slots and getting skills and the way attributes are structured and everything. I like those things quite a bit. So those are the things that I tend to like most of about the game, plus the fact that enemies are using the same sort of skills that players do. I find that for the most part, stuff where enemies and players are on more similar footing tends to be more enjoyable to me. But yeah, the economy is extremely awkward to interact with. I'll agree with that point for sure. Not that I need to. Although on that front, I have come to realize that I think I just don't like MMOs in general, structurally, and that the fact that I like Guild Wars 1 so much is more of a fluke of its design than anything else. Stone Summit went down really easily. Just kind of sharing my opinions. I am still interested in hearing your elaboration, by the way. I imagine you're typing, though. Line between a core principle and mistake. Core principle versus execution, you mean? Just trying to clarify. It's like the stuff that they talked about in their Guild Wars 2 manifesto. What do they call it? It's like, oh, these are interesting ideas, but then the actual execution was lackluster, sort of thing, right? Where it's like, they're like, oh, we want to do these things. We're always happy to have a player show up or whatever. But then when you actually, like, we want to challenge conventions. Why are they there anyway? It's like, well, I mean, they work, and it's like, it's not a bad idea to challenge conventions. Like, this is the way we've always done it. Maybe there's a different way that'd be better. And it's like, maybe you threw the baby out with the bathwater. And like, for example, with Guild Wars 2, throwing out traditional quests was, in my opinion, a mistake. I think there's a lot of value that they could have gotten from them. A lot of room for, like, implementing follow-up type stuff, right? So, like, you have your personal story, but because of the way that it's structured, it is extremely segregated and segmented. But if they had done something where it had been set up... Oh, my goodness. I am getting mesmered alive here. But if they'd done something where they'd set it up to... better be able to, like, follow up on stuff through traditional quests that could have been independent of sort of the greater story order. Just make on warriors turn into core principle and class design. So where, like, with the abandonment of traditional quests, they don't have as good of a follow-up mechanic. They have to kind of, like, graft one in. And that just means that, like, story stuff gets introduced and then dropped. What I always remember is one of the Char storylines where your father's a Gladium and you help him escape, and then he just vanishes from your life. He never shows back up. There's no sort of follow-up. And I think it would have been really cool if they'd had a traditional quest system that allow you to follow up on that. And I wish that had been a thing.
What news of the war? What news?
Oh, my inventory is too full. Hang on. I need to sell some stuff. Probably want to salvage that skeleton shield, but I can sell a couple of these things.
Hail, human.
I definitely get the impression you're a lot more knowledgeable about MMO design at large than I am.
You seek the dwarves?
I largely have not played MMOs. And I'm just not as versed on MMO design, I think, as you are. So I'm definitely going to be looking at things differently. Especially when you're in Tar. That was a joke. But yeah, and some of that goes back to Guild Wars 1 was made 16 years ago almost, where they were trying to be playable in American internet with all of its lack of broadband at the time. There's some compromising factors, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, responsiveness could be better. Always sucks when you rubber band or get stuck on things. I don't know if that's specifically what you're talking about, but it's certainly what I was thinking of. was thinking of going and doing in Surface of Revenge, but maybe I want to... Let's see. And Hide's still worth... it's worth a little bit.
Who sent you?
You gotta turn on this tapestry. Before I go, do I want to... Now I'm questioning my own plans. Let's see. If I wanted to run... Yeah, this will get me the next two, and then there's one more that I get from Alcar's Alchemic Acid. What am I missing here? Oh, the Vardrafel's one. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I've almost gotten all of the Islander skills. I think I might switch to Axe. Swordsmanship skills do I have? Yeah, I think I might switch to Axe here. No, I think my tactics shield is the correct shield to use at the moment. I have some tactics investments. I just slot in and eviscerate. You haven't actually interacted with the Divinity Sin 1 2 because you have other games in the Divinity narrative you want to get through first. It's like Diablo and other isometric RPGs. Divinity Original Sin is a tactics game. It's a turn-based tactics game. And there's a lot of... it uses action points and has a really obnoxious tendency to cause me to misclick with its camera. And combat itself is kind of built around... hey, Budger.
You seek the dwarves?
Combat itself is kind of built around...
Never anger a Norn. Brain. It's built around field effects, so like a poison field, if you hit it with fire damage, will become a fire field, for example, and things like that. So different field effects going on is a huge part of the game's battle system. For better and for worse. I feel like this wants to be using my Furious Axe more. I'm having fun with the game at this point, but it's taken me a while to get a feel for the systems enough to get there. Yeah, but it interacts with like world things. So like if there's a an oil barrel on the field of battle, for example, or on the battlefield, whatever you want to call it, giving it a good whack with fire will spread a field of fire everywhere. And then you can make it rain and put out fire and stuff. There's a lot of things like that where there's environmental interactions heavily built into the system. There isn't MP, it's just all action points, though. Just realized I was not drinking enough water. Now, is Terra free to play or have a free to play option? Would you say you like high synergy environments? Sure. Hang on, that's not the right way. This is... That'd be if I was going to go fight a certain Norn bear, but I'm not in the right spot for that. By which I mean I'm not in the mission version of the map. So... Sure, but everybody does. The idea of what makes the environment well executed to you in a way that you enjoy is what I'm getting at. Because that's going to be subjective. Different people like different things, right? Which we both know. So, like, what one person might think is a well executed environment might not be in the eyes of somebody else. So, for example, in Pokemon, I think the skill Stealth Rocks is format warping, and I don't like how it warps the format. Particularly singles. Because what ends up happening is everything's measured about how well it survives Stealth Rocks and how it deals with Stealth Rocks and such. So like a Pokemon like, just to pick off the hat, Charizard becomes a lot worse just because Stealth Rocks is dominant in the environment, and Stealth Rocks makes Fire Flying types especially bad because they lose half their HP when they switch into it. Like in WoW, your main is a prop Pally, and Pally works by building combo points, but your second highest level class has consistently been Destruction Warlock, I assume is what Destro stands for. The thing is, I haven't played WoW, so I don't really have context for what those play like. Because, like, I took one look at the subscription fans, like, nope, I'm out. I liked Warcraft 3, but WoW is not doing the same thing. Destruction Warlock uses what is archetypically called the build-burn rotation. So I'm going to assume that builds something up and then burns it down to do more effects. But that's just my assumption based on that description there. I'm going to let some of my characters rebuild their energy pools. And also wait for the enemies to separate a little bit. Why are you running so far forward, Talcora? So, like, what's your favorite Guild Wars 1 profession to play, if you have one? Or, like, what is an example of, like, a Guild Wars 1 build that you really like? It's just that way it's something that we can talk about that I have context for, because I don't know Terra, I don't know World of Warcraft. So, like, those might be really good examples, but I just don't have the familiarity with them. These rotate through until a condition is met, typically which individually build a resource to its limit. Then you dump all of that resource into a single skill to maximize its damage. Okay. Oh no, that was a nice hit. You should be spamming the snot out of that skill. Okay, where's the Nasher? Do you have any sort of builds that you like best on Fire, Ellie? Yeah, it's hopefully Australia time to get her energy back. Deep Freeze is costing her too much, I think. It's the classic Elementalist problem. Oh, the other thing is there's enchantment stripping, so she can't keep Water Attunement up. Yep, that'll do it. Oh, I'm looking forward to being able to grab an Arbalest on her. That build. Did you just message me? Okay. So this is some sort of Ether Renewal Bonder. Okay, so Glyph of Swiftness, that allows you to keep Ether Renewal up, yeah? I am under too much degen. Hang on, I'm going to use a Healing Signet. Just a battle tank. So is the general playstyle for this build like you prop bond yourself, Elemental Lord, Ether Renewal, and then you can... Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay, this guy needs to go down. Javelin Stonebreaker, stop hitting me. Yeah, okay, so then you can, yeah, keep setting things on fire with Mark Rodgard. Okay. Let's see. Here, I'll save it. Let's see. So Ether Renewal gets you a lot of energy. Ends up being the most able to actually interface spells with each other. Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, so it sounds like you like it when you can synergize stuff really well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll have to give it a try sometime, see how it feels. Somebody, and that somebody is me, is going to need to clear up his inventory. What a lot of random stuff. Alright, now you give me a rampage bonus. Great. Okay, let's see. Can't hide, you say? Whatever, the problem is solved by my salvage kit running out. Yeah, no, I get you exactly. Like, that build does not perform well against destroyers, because destroyers do not care about fire, and they do not care about, or they're immune to burning, and they don't take much fire damage because they have ludicrous amounts. And like that exact sort of thing is also going to be an issue for Guild Wars 2, because like Guild Wars 2's design leaves the skills so unlinked from each other that it's frankly like a huge detriment to the game, in my opinion, where you're trying to like there's no reason to pick one skill over another, so you just like hone in on, okay, what's the most optimal thing, because there's no synergy base, or like synergy base is based on like field effects, which are not well explained in the game, and which I frankly am not particularly an expert on, because there's like you can create fields and then blast effects and other things, and I don't know the system super well, but like there's a system there. Yeah, stack of iron. Okay. But that's going to be something where it's like directly against what is interesting, from what I'm perceiving anyway, is interesting to you in systems. And like, I mean, my problem with Guild Wars 2 is it feels like it's just keep hitting your damage buttons and there's no thinking involved with how you're executing your bars. I know that's not true at the higher levels, or at least that's my impression. That's just how it feels on standard PvE. And the thing is, I need the moment-to-moment gameplay to be engaging, and for me, Guild Wars 2 just isn't. Zergfest, yeah. Doesn't make their skills work together in an explicitly linear way. Well, it's not necessarily like... Synergy, when I use it like that, just means that these things work well together. So like there's a difference. Symbolic Strike specifically calls out using signets, right? But that's like the obvious form of it. But there's I'm trying to think of a subtler example. Like the fact that if I'm like Summon Naga Shaman actually happens to work really well if you can inflict weakness because of its ability to knock things down. Like, that's kind of a sort of a synergy, where that's not the best example either. I'm trying to think of a better one. I mean, an example of a synergy, like a synergy might be like Barrage and Watch Yourself, right? Or or save yourselves, because it hits a bunch of foes, so it can build up adrenaline very quickly. That lets you use the skills a lot more frequently. So it's like, oh, this is something that you can actually, like, Barrage Rangers can actually generate a lot of adrenaline if you bring some adrenaline skills. So here's like some options of what work well. Like a Holy Paladin uses their DPS melee attacks to create Holy Power, which gives them the resource to cast their most powerful heals. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's 100% just synergy and sort of the way I think about it or not, but there's definitely like what you're expressing to me and what I'm interpreting from what you're saying. Actually, what I'm interpreting from what you're saying is probably the more accurate way of stating that. Is that like you like it when you feel like you can build pieces on top of each other that create a more powerful whole as a result of building the pieces together, or like they like create sort of I don't know. I don't feel like I'm expressing this correctly, but this like platform of here's where the last one goes. Yeah, but like I don't know. I'm trying to think of like because like when I think of this in Magic the Gathering senses, I think of like hang on, I want to add some skills from doing that. EotN expansion. Add 25 skills. Yes. Actually, here's a good example of the sort of thing that I'm thinking of. Necromancer has, in Death Magic, Withering Aura. That makes your attacks inflict weakness. And then Dervish has Reap Conditions? Reap Impurities? I forget the name of the skill offhand. But that removes a condition and does AoE holy damage. So, like, these two skills work really well together. Unified, intentional, and fluid in order to fulfill a function necessary to create an experienced playstyle. Yeah, I definitely get the sense that, like... Okay, there's not a whole lot from that. Power Lock is alright. Smite condition. But like I'm definitely getting the impression of like a specific way that let's see, I don't need to do that one yet. Let's just go. I really need to remember to use this against the destroyers, but we're not going there just yet. But like when they have a when skills have a purpose of coming together to build towards something greater, or like that's what you've been expressing anyway. Where it's like, oh, you use this to build towards that, to build towards this sort of thing, or like where they're kind of like a machine where the different pieces kind of like slot into a greater purpose. Done, just not this way. But I also recognize you cannot create an open build system with high interface. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where different people are going to want different things about like build systems and how they play. And I... Oh, hey, Thackeray. Yeah, we'll grab this to do later. But sort of like what you've been describing to me, as best I understand it, and of course I don't know your brain, very much so sounds like you want your skills to feel like there's sort of a natural line between them in what I mean by the line is not that there's like you have to use this skill with this skill with this skill, but rather like this class of skills is facilitating the better function of these class of skills. So then like you're kind of combining stuff together to kind of make a house or whatever, but it's like these blocks belong in this sort of area, and maybe you can kind of do some weird stuff here. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm quite capturing the sense of what I'm getting from you very well with the metaphors I'm trying to use. It's a difficult thing to talk about because there's not great language for it. Yeah, as an independent node network. Yeah, where it's like, rather than just kind of sitting on its own, it's like this is part of the full expression of this class. Which is a little, like, it is kind of a synergy type thing in the way that I understand the word synergy. But it's not necessarily a linear type of synergy, per se, but it's where it's like these skills are made explicitly to work with each other, but not in a these skills have to work with each other sort of way. So, like, right. Yeah, so like this is the issue that I have. Like Assassin feels like it's designed to be a node where there's like hierarchical tiers or whatever. There's explicit connections built into it, but where different things are just like it's a an A-star problem where there is an optimal route. There's just a clear optimal route with Assassin combos that make it so that way you lose sort of the graph because it all collapses down into one optimal thing. And the real trick is like there's going to be some skills like I think fundamentally in a system as complex as Guild Wars, you want some skills that are more linear in nature, some skills that are more like nebulous but like invite you to do specific things. And then you want some skills that are just like fine, strong skills by themselves that are not trying to work with anything. I think it's important to kind of have the mixture of those because you need some, like, different people are drawn to different ways of putting stuff together, and some people want the more linear sort of builds. Some people want the, oh, and if I bring this, then I want to bring that, and then that, like, they want that sort of line. And other people are going to be like, I don't want a build that's just on rails. And other people are like, I just want something straightforward and simple. So it's like you're going to have that sort of like difference there that's also going to create like issues.
You need me.
Thank you for those, Mr. Highstone. I'm going to salvage this to some dust. Because then we have things like Sever Artery Gash, which are telling you to use them with each other, right? That's an example of that. But Gash works with anything that causes bleeding, not just Sever Artery. Never minding that Sever Artery is extremely weak and whatnot, but... yeah, so now we need to do this. My inventory is fuller than I'd like, but here we are. I definitely like it when there's pieces that kind of like can easily slot together. My biggest problem with Gash is that it requires bleeding, and so many enemies in Guild Wars are immune to bleeding because they're either undead or they're otherwise non-fleshy. Actually, it's not undead, they're skeletons, specifically skeletons that are immune. All the Sever Gash thrusts are weak when all the weapons can get the same kind of damage at 3 to 6 rage. Yeah. Well, Sever Artery is especially weak because bleeding is so anemic as a condition. I think it's a lot better in PvP where it's able to be more of a pressure. Again, this goes back to the fact that PvP rewards pressure a lot better than PvE does. And other things, but yeah, no, like sword is easily the weakest weapon. There's some strongish stuff that you can do with it, but like sword is easily the weakest weapon in my opinion of the melee weapons. In part because of its reliance on bleed, which is a lot of enemies are immune to. In part because bleed is just very weak. In part because of its adrenaline costs are weirdly high. Yeah, it looks good when you first get Sever Artery and Pre-Searing when things have 80 HP and so 6 damage per second. Looks like it adds up to something, but when you look at... Let's get this deep wound off of me. When you look at the skill, or when you look at bleeding, like, in an objective sense, like, degen... I like the degen cap system because I think it does some interesting stuff. Yes, I know. Anemic being a loss of blood. But it is just a very weak condition. Oh, that's right. These guys shield bash. That was very annoying of them. I remember there was something annoying about these guys, and I forgot what it was. Are you okay back there? Well, I need to get off of that. Man, I'm getting shield bashed like crazy. Okay, they have a priest over there. Not Talcora, the priest. But yeah, sword needs help as a weapon, just more broadly speaking. It has a lot of skeleton hounds. You know what? Let's go this way. Let's go skeleton hound route. I don't know why there's so many over here. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful, I say. I feel like there's supposed to be something over here. I'm not entirely sure what. I wish Eye of the North gave us access to the catacombs again in Ascalon. Of course, I got shield bashed. At least I'm not an assassin. Getting shield bashed as an assassin is the worst. Okay. Just a random decayed dragon over there. Is that a dead end? Yeah, that's a dead end. Ooh, purple dye. Do like myself some purple. There we go. I don't quite like that I have to go around this way to kind of get where I'm going from the looks of things. This room's really annoying. The other thing that really annoys me is that, like, I don't know. Like, if I were to label my biggest, like, issues with design of classes in Guild Wars 1, it would be that Warrior doesn't have... Like, Warrior's increased attack speed options are all kind of designed around PvP balance, and so it doesn't have any that are, like, just good for PvE. Like, it's got a lot of them, but none that are just, like, generally good. For, like, they all have a downside, right? Elementalist reliance on enchantments for energy management, making it incredibly difficult to manage energy in areas with high quantities of enchantment removal, which are shockingly prevalent. Go on, Budger. And, like, assassin combos being poorly calibrated for each other, leading to sort of the dominance of a combo. Those are some of my bigger frustrations. But I do wish Sword was a better weapon, and I think there's different things they could do to try to help with it. The fact that I got a lot of faction duplicate skills is also not great, because a lot of those duplicates were not on great skills. But Sword's weird. It's treated like some sort of weird special baby, where it's like got skills randomly in other attribute lines with disarm and the ripostes and tactics. Disarm is in strength, so like that's weird. I don't know why those aren't in swordsmanship. Then for a long time it had the fewest elites. I don't know if that's still true offhand. I would have to check. Just like, and then it's working with bleeding, which is very weak as a condition. And its AoE options have traditionally not been very good. I mean, 100 Blades was great, don't get me wrong. But ever since they changed 100 Blades, like, it's fine, but... could be a lot more useful in PvE. So I don't know. But I prefer... whatever, I'm just gonna leave this. Actually, the Skulk Fang probably salvages down now that I think about it. I see. I'm not gonna open that. Actually, you know what I should do is I should salvage these jade bracelets down. I don't know why I haven't yet. But that'll help. This is a short floor, as I recall. I don't know. I talked about a lot of the things that went different in the series on reworking the professions, so... Where is Budger? He should be around here somewhere. There he is.
Hail, human.
Take that wall. I don't know why Sever Artery wasn't dropping an adrenaline cost. Not when Barbed Spear exists. Which does the same sort of thing except at range. Okay, moving on to the last floor of this dungeon. Hey, Budger. I don't know why they give us an area map there, but sure.
You seek the dwarves?
I do. Or at least you specifically at the moment. It's a lot of oozes. Okay, Burning Spirit. I don't like my team being on fire, but here we are.
Hail, human.
Ah, yes, only destructible by their special formula of powder keg. Or some such nonsense. I still find it confusing that Zed Shadowhoof thinks it's a really good idea to break into our organization and threaten us in our base and like think he's going to be able to walk out of there without getting like at bare minimum imprisoned himself, if not just straight up executed for threatening us. Seems very optimistic is what I'm saying. Yeah, behold, Cinder the Mountain Heart.
The war.
Here, have this. Where is Budger?
There is much to do. What news of the war?
What news indeed? There we go. Good. Only needed one cycle. For good old Cinder the Mountain Heart there. Now we should be able to go interact with our stone pedestal and our special hammer and summon the power of the great dwarf or something. And this forked hornbow. Okay, well, I now have a couple of minutes timer. I want to wait this out because I want to be dropped back in the area that this drops us out at, right by good old King Jealous Ironhammer. So I'm going to take a break while I'm waiting for that. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Please stick around. Hello, I'm back, and Dunkora wants to be the star of the show. There, Dunkoro, you're going to be the star. Congratulations. Okay, so let's go activate a cutscene. I always forget there's a cutscene here, and I go walk up to talk to King Jealous Ironhammer, and then the cutscene happens, and I get thrown off. Thank you. I am not ready to do that yet. I need to clear up my inventory a little bit, or at least try to. Okay. Sure. I'll hang on to that bow then. Thanks, Cleanstar. Zealous, Rec 9, Max Fortitude, Max Strength and Honor. I'm going to have uses for those parts. Absolutely. Absolutely will. I do not need more cloth, I guess, so I can sell some of these things. I'm going to go fight some destroyers, I guess. I'll open up a space because of Alcar's alchemical acid as well, so that's good. I don't need these daggers either, I guess. Yeah. The sacred bowstring. Yeah. Zealous bows feel like they can be kind of hard to come by. It's kind of annoying. Maybe I'll regret selling the icy. I do want Law and Order, I think, is the... There's an icy green dagger from Warren Kryda that's a random drop. I would like to pick up at some point, but... Okay, let's...
You need me.
Yes, Destruction's Depths. Oh, this part's going to suck. Do I have a staff? I do. The Trickster. Trickster's even a good staff for this. Okay. Yeah, I don't see Zealous bowstrings nearly as often as I'd like. I still really deeply desire... actually, let's go with this one. I deeply desire a... hang on, I want to change to... a weapon mods trader. Because a weapon mods trader would help so many things in this game. Imagine, if you would for a second, being able to offload your weapon mods at a trader and pick up the weapon mods you need at a trader. It'd suddenly make the weapons so much more convenient in this game. So one of the things that's a problem, at least for me, as things currently exist, is that like getting the weapon mods I need is a gigantic hassle. Yes, it would. I'll pick that up, but I'm going to be prepared to drop it. It'd make it so much easier to get those. It'd make it easier to pick up Zealous or Vampiric or Furious if you want them. It'd make it easier to get Fortitude and Enchanting. It'd make it easier to get various inscriptions that you want. And the other thing, too, is it would give you a place to offload stuff when you get it. Instead of having to store a bunch of stuff in the bank, you can basically store it in the trader, which would open up a lot of inventory space for a lot of people, too. I don't know how hard it would be to implement, but, like, frankly, if there was one thing that I get to pick to have, it would be either a weapon mods trader or the ability to, like, buy weapon mods for some copper Zaishan coins. And like, they should not be, like, that many. Like, less than a silver, which is 50. One of those two things, I don't really care which, but one of those two things, I want it. Whichever one's easier to implement, I don't care. But I really want that in the game. it would just make the game a lot friendlier to work with. And there's other things that would be nice to have, but something that one of those two things is at the top of my list of things I would like to have added to the game at this point. All right, the Viteria have insisted that we fight them. There we go. Hey, Chance Redding, Captain Langmar, Jen Valefield. Okay, I wasn't really expecting to get enmeshed in this, but sure. Well, these guys kind of wrecked my entire team. Go, Hada! You can do it! You can get my team resurrected. Go, Hada! I actually don't know what the highest priority target here is. It's actually probably the Mesmers, isn't it? Probably. I don't know why Heal Signated there. Elementalist Wheel of Doom. Oh, the final one here that has like 30,000 HP or something ridiculous. Oh, right. Have an Alcar's Concoction, please. Thank you. Yeah. Good job, Vanguard. Oh, I guess the destroyers haven't popped up yet. The design of destroyers is really cool. I just don't like their implementation. They really needed to be like 40 armor against cold, not 80. I need to be able to bust out my Glacial Blade and do bonus damage to them. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, the visual design of the enemy is fun. I agree. That's what I took you to mean. I was talking about something else entirely. What does this even do? Oh, make you run faster in town. Cool. That's always nice to be able to do. That's so many physical attackers. Need to get these mesmers taken down so they can stop wrecking my backline. Also, these warriors are wrecking my backline. It's like they try to make them just really physical, aggressive enemies too. Which is an interesting change of pace for a foe. Why do they get a different splinter shot than our garbage splinter shot? Their splinter shot, I think, does more like what you expect it to. There we go. Okay, let's just get out of here. Oh, this part sucks. The part where I have to friggin' turn all my golems back on. As a warrior. Any moment now. Okay. I'm noticing Equinox up there. Yeah, that's right. I go down in no energy again. It is a Nidus Canal. I see that now. That's hilarious. I don't know. I mean, RuneNet was founded by ex-Blizzard devs, but I don't know how much of that was still in their heads this point and on. Nothing like Zergon Zergnitis Canal sneaks. Surprised my inventory's not full yet. Alright, this part. I'm not sure how this is gonna go. This team's alright, but not great. Boy, these striders are like really rare to fight, it feels like sometimes. Yeah. Man, I haven't played StarCraft in a while. Yeah. I used to watch a lot of the Or I used to watch some of the... Oh, what is the... I blanked on their names now. The English commentating duo. Anyway, I used to watch Pro StarCraft 2 for a while, but kind of fell out of it. Took a lot of time. Let's see what I can get out of some of these things. A lot of wood in them. That's kind of what I expect. Oh, got iron out of that one. Which I actually got into. Tastosis, yes, that's right. Tasteless and Artosis, that's them. Shows you how long it's been since I've watched that I kind of forgot. I wonder how that stuff has been doing. But I actually started playing Guild Wars 1 because of StarCraft 1 and doing modding for that. And one of the people that I had met doing that StarCraft modding got Guild Wars and was talking about how exciting going from pre-steering to post-steering was, with specifically Althea's actor stage being knocked over. Ooh, yeah, Destroyer Core. Thank you. And that's how I ended up getting the game. Now, to go up the hill... Hello, McMagic. Welcome. You tried playing Latro, and well, that's the biggest cluster of an MMO you've played in terms of its monetization. Huh. Yeah, monetizing MMOs these days is real hard, too. Because the expectations of different player populations. But I have no idea what Latro is doing. And DDO. I don't know what DDO is offhand. My brain wants to read it as Darkest Dungeon Online, and I'm pretty sure that isn't a thing, so... Yeah, it's always frustrating when, like, you know that the developers do care, but then they just don't have the resources to work with. Or, like, company oversight is kind of forcing them into decisions. Imagine if Guild Wars X packs were separated by quest packs and regions. Also imagine having very limited bag spaces, 2 character slots, and pay to win elements. Dungeons and Dragons Online, okay. Okay, Avatar of Destruction needs to be our priority target here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it depends upon the size of the team. But yeah, those big corporate structures. It's more, are you working for this company? If so, then you're working on X projects. Sort of thing. Okay, look. Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, we have, especially in the US, we have this issue of upper management thinking they know best because, I don't know, they get paid too much money and then even when they screw up, the parameters are changed so they can continue to be earning too much money. Earning is a generous way of putting it too. New MMO to captivate me. Yeah, there's one that I saw that's still like in development. That actually went very smoothly. I think one of the things that helped this a lot is when I realized I needed to come up here more so I wasn't getting two fronted. Like if you go far enough up here, then you don't get hit on two fronts. Because the other group kind of stops there. There's one that I saw. Let's see. Linked a while back to me. Ashes of Creation. That sounds interesting. Not necessarily my thing, but it sounds interesting. At least what it's trying to do, or theoretically going to be trying to do. But like I said earlier, I've come to realize I'm just not much of an MMO player. Like, the fact that Guild Wars 1 appeals to me is more a fluke of the way it's arranged and designed than anything else. Yeah, player base is going to be one of those things that's going to be a real challenge. Even if the core ideas seem kind of good, the player base can easily ruin them. In general, I actually prefer single player or like small player games. So like when I say small, like Guild Wars 1 works really well for me because like I can play it single player, but I can also team up with a few friends if I want to. And that works fine for me. But like the big open world stuff, like what Guild Wars 2 does, I actually don't like because not because I'm intrinsically against the idea, but because it requires certain compromises of design that to me are too detrimental to the experience. I will say, EVE is one of those games that I love hearing about but have no interest in playing. I love this spot right over here. It's just so pretty. I need to wait for them to finish talking. So, like, there's a couple of MMOs that I've tried. I tried Neverwinter briefly, but I never got really all that far in it. And I've played Guild Wars 2, but ended up finding it was boring. There have been others that I've tried. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I've come to realize the open world idea is just like the compromise that you have to do with like enemy spawns. It just starts to feel really artificial in a way that I don't like. It's hard for me to express exactly. I should actually probably spend some time thinking about that more and trying to tease out the specifics better. But yeah, Guild Wars just happens to be sort of designed in a way that it could be super appealing to me on a lot of fronts. And I realize it's not the MMO aspects of it, it's other aspects. I prefer instance play. I don't like I don't like open world, like I said, because of the compromises that you have to do with it, with mob spawns and balancing power levels between mobs based upon varying numbers of players. That's a huge one. And like managing how player populations kind of spread around and stuff. There's just a lot of compromises that you have to make when you're making something persistent open world that I think are just like I said, they're detrimental to my sort of experience anyway. You know what? Wands have a attack range. I don't even really remember much about Neverwinter. Yeah. Exactly. That's the thing. Is like this is an extremely party-oriented game, so it doesn't. Classes don't have to be able to go it solo in Guild Wars 1, but they also provide you an option for what to do. Because I think having to build a team, like the team building aspect, is much more interesting to me. Like if I want to play something that's just my character by itself, I'm going to want a much more... I need to kill some of these other destroyers, not just this Disc of Chaos. I'm going to want to do something that's much more of a single player game. Like, why would I play some MMO as like a solo character if I can get a superior experience by playing Shadows of Mordor, right? Middle-earth Shadows of Mordor. Or if I can get a superior experience by playing Dark Souls. Like, to me, the social aspects are not beneficial enough to be of interest to me. And so, like, it's the build craft and things that are in Guild Wars that are what really appeal to me. And, like, the way combat plays and stuff. More than... some of the social aspects. So, hey Fear, good to see ya. Yeah, but everybody has different motivations, right? So I like stuff that's instanced like Guild Wars 1 is, and that supports online or like AI companions and team building and stuff. Or like something that's like Path of Exile, where like you can team up but you don't have to. I prefer that. That's kind of like a soft online that uses instancing and things like that, as opposed to a persistent online world, like Guild Wars 2 uses and is very popular in MMOs. Like, so that's just, you know, my own personal preferences, obviously. And I'm glad that there's a lot of different experiences for different people who have different motivations and different desires and different things they enjoy. It's like, as much as I wish Guild Wars 2 could be a game for me, I don't want to take it away from the people who it's a game for to do that. Where is the Shunlai around here? Down the hill, I think. Yeah, over there. So, I don't know. It's an interesting conundrum. Excuse me. Slowly but surely building up my supply of eggs. Of destroyer cores. Of things. Looks like I have some materials I'm going to need to be getting rid of here. Unfortunately, my bank is full of a lot of random stuff. Who's got the Telcor tonics? I need to hop around characters at some point and just kind of clear some stuff out, but I don't need to do that right away. Let's see. I think what I actually want to do here is I think I want to switch back to hammer. Yeah, actually, whoop, that's the wrong direction on tactics. I want to drop my tactics so I can go focus on strength and hammer. And I want my Sentinel's armor back on, please. Thank you. Remedy Signet's probably not a bad idea. I want to keep Drunken Master around. I want Pain Inverter, Breath of the Great Dwarf. Auspicious Blow. Fierce Blow is decent damage. I don't really need AoE stuff here, so... you know, I don't want to try to make counterattack work. Hammer Bash isn't, or Hammer Blow, Mighty Blow has nice plus 42 damage on it. That's not terrible. Oh yeah, and I get an elite. Forceful Blow, maybe? It's an interesting question. I guess I could go Forceful Blow, or I could go something like Defy Pain. Skullcrack could be interesting. Probably not worth bringing, though. I need more elites on this character. I'm going to just grab Forceful Blow. There we go. Alright, let's see. I need to go talk to Alcar about his alchemical acid. And then about fighting a Great Destroyer. Finishing off one of these campaigns.
You seek the dwarves?
Thank you. Alcar's alchemical acid is a really solid skill for what it's worth, but I
You need me?
plan to take on the Great Destroyer, yes. I don't tend to use it often because it's only really amazing against destroyers, and everything else is kind of mediocre. I don't know if I'd be better off with something else. Minions are going to die pretty quickly here. This might not go well, and I might need to go change up my team. I have really low expectations for it, but I kind of think Diablo 4, if Blizzard actually makes a good game with their literally unwinnable design requirements, it'd be an actual decent spell clicker. Yeah, that could be. They definitely have an opportunity to do something with it. Whether or not it'll be something actually good, we'll see. Let's see, I think... I'll have to look at what weapon I'm going to want off of this. I think it's going to be a spear of some kind, but... yes, nothing like the Great Destroyer getting walloped for a bunch of damage because it had the misfortune of using a skill on all of us. There he goes. You would have better expectations if they weren't trying to bridge the D2. Yeah. Yeah, trying to appeal to the sort of breadth of their fan base is definitely going to be challenging, to put it mildly. So I don't think I need anything from here. Yeah, these are all sundering weapons, which is very underwhelming. And then a bunch of 2020 stuff. I like the sides pretty well, but this character wants some Paragon things, so... I feel like Drockner's Courage is the one that I'm most interested in. Let's... I want to look at the... Let's see, Factions is going to be the Gavel of the Nephilim. It's the Deldrimor... Deldrimor only has 1M. Talisman. If I remember correctly. I was kind of hoping you'd give me a list of all of the weapons. But, you know, sure. Okay, also a bunch of sundering stuff and same sort of deal with the shield. I don't need those. I don't care about that. I don't need that. So spears are... Okay, it literally doesn't matter. I can get one here and the other over there. I think I'm going to grab the courage here then. Yeah, I want Darkness Courage. Okay, cool. I need to go turn that in. There's a bunch of like dialogues and stuff here. I've gone over this stuff in so much detail in the past, though. I'm just not gonna really do it again here. Who do I want to turn this Hero's Handbook into? Well, that's the real question. There's a lot of fun stuff in this endgame area, though. I think I might go do this. The Totem Spear. Do you mean the Spirit of the Forgotten? The lightning +5 max energy enchanting spear? Let's see. Okay. That covers that. Is there any quest that I'm massively missing? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I have a couple just lying around, so. I don't really feel like I need to grab Air of Superiority just yet. I could go. Well, let's just go to Olafstead and grab the some of those quests. I don't need those. Dust, I need to figure out what I'm doing with.
Never anger a Norn.
I'll keep that in mind, I guess. Do. Right. Okay. I need a party. I guess I can go do that on my way there. It's not the worst idea. Do I want... It's not hard to capture it later anyway. Assassin doesn't show up there. Monk, I already have Shield of Regen. Yeah. Okay. Let's just keep Remedy Signet around. because I'd like that as an option. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Have all of the heroes. That's good. Grab Sasuke for this bit. Who am I? Gwen. Yeah, that's right. Sasuke's doing this. Okay, get to use a couple of PvE only skills. Let's grab our assassin support. That one's always great. And Imlad, because Imlad's good. Okay. Let's go out there and let's go smash some dudes. Good old Slayer of Nightmares.
Never anger a Norn.
Sounds like a plan, my friends. Let's go take out some... This way. Let's go this way. To the lake. I'm gonna swap these around. That's fine. Imlad just has a much higher rate of being up than Assassin Sports does, so... Good. Sympathetic Visage is really annoying to deal with. Always like seeing that one interrupted. Yeah, I think I might want to give the book to the Norn. We'll see, but there's a pretty good chance of that. I'm fairly high in Dwarf just because playing through the game gets you kind of up there on them. Yeah, you don't need to use Sympathetic Visage, thanks. I feel like Norn is probably going to give me the most skills that I'm going to want to be using. Asura would also not be too out of place, but... And it's not hard to like go through and fill up a book again if I really want to. Those things are annoying. Okay, never mind you. Oh my goodness, the minions attacking that thing are making me lose energy too. Okay, let's just attack this guy. There's so many enemies here. Oh, meteor shower. A little bit late to the party there, bud. But that's usually how meteor shower goes. I just wanted to make sure when I do freaking Kirsch's quest that I have a good kill count ahead of time, aren't you? That's how I'm going to interpret these enemies as not being complete jerks for just running into me to smack me about. Yep. I really wish they hadn't nerfed the snot out of Shadow Walk. It was such a cool skill. And then they put like 20 riders on it. Okay, like 2 or 3. And it became no longer a really cool skill. And I was sad.
Never anger a Norn.
There aren't as the. I really wish that the crafter and the Throne of Secrets used the special skins that you got off of the greens there, because there's some cool skins, but like, I don't know. For some reason, there's just this huge infatuation with Sundering. I just don't care for Sundering. So in every single green, endgame green was made Sundering. It's just like, why did you do this? It's like, I guess, but like, maybe let me craft these cool, unique skins. Oh well. It'll be a while before this character gets there. I kind of want to complete all the other campaigns before I go do Consulate Docks on this Nightfall character, because that just amuses me. That's just the sort of person I am, I guess. I don't feel like walking over there. Ha, take that, Invoke Lightning. Yeah, no, I get ya. For sure. Sundering just was really, really popular for some reason among the player base. My main question is, why did the player base like Sundering so freaking much? That's more... That is the summary of my complaint. And like... 3 different... Zealous Dagger skins. You know, that sort of thing. Central Transfer Chamber. What about the sword? Oh man, people were friggin' using it back when it was 10-10. 10% armor penetration 10% of the time. It's just like, this is so bad. Why are people using this? Oh, there goes its stuff. Oh, there goes its stuff. Whatever. Yeah, I think people just like how Sundering reads. They're like, oh, that reads like it's really strong. Oh, there's a lock chest here. Sure. Nope, that broke my lockpick. That's okay. I got some decent use out of it. Is that the last one? No. Illusions, of course. Is this the first one? I don't know. I've lost track of how many of these I've fought. Forgotten Sword is a unique sword. Yeah, that's a Sundering sword. The only other weapon with its appearance is the is a PvP reward. So there's no other way of getting that particular skin. Which is unfortunate because it's a really cool skin. Okay, give me your thing. Let's see, who do I want to give this to? Maybe it was Livia. I don't know. I'm holding on to it for the moment. Gwen can keep promoting, I don't know, victory or something. Oh, which one? Like you can craft the Deldrumer set in that victory area. And then they had some classic skins that you could craft in Central Transfer Chamber with the Dwarven crafting. The Dwarven Axe skin, the Long Sword. I don't remember what the hammer skin is. It might be the Dwarven Hammer. That would make sense. Central Transfer Chamber. Crafters. Hoolan Harryback. Yeah, Dwarven Hammer. The Split Chakrams, Raven Staff. And a couple of like other random skins. Shield of the Wing. That's actually kind of nice. I like the Shield of the Wing skin pretty well. Oh, Raven Scythe, excuse me. Which is a decent skin as well. But yeah, like the Prophecies endgame skins, they can be crafted there. But the Nightfall ones... Are you actually pointing me to the right portal for a change? The Nightfall ones, as far as I'm aware, can't be crafted. Particularly like the Forgotten specific ones. So the Forgotten Staff... we aggroed it. Just a few too many dudes here. Well, at least they're standing in a meteor shower. Some of them, anyway. Let me get some energy. You use your signet not because you need the effect of the signet, but because using it will give you energy. Okay. Who is insistent on shooting at us? Yes. That sounds correct. And the Forgotten skins are pretty neat, I think. I like the Forgotten Sword. It's very similar to Shiro's Blade, for what that's worth. Yeah, my Slayer title's pretty low. I've still got some quests for it that I theoretically need to do, but... But like the Eye of the North End games are all using like existing skins for the most part. I think the staff, the caster ones might be unique, but the warrior and like whatever, they use existing skins but dyed a very specific color sort of thing. I think the idea behind Shooto stuff is that it's just like hard to use if you're not actually really skilled. I don't know. They wanted to make it more specific. I feel like it's the sort of thing where like the idea is interesting, but the actual fact that they like the execution is. I think it's one of those things where the idea is more interesting than the execution proves to be, which happens a lot in game design. It's one of the challenges of it. It's very easy to have ideas that sound good on paper and then are not as good in practice. Okay. And then that's why, like, throughout the entire, like, if I were to rework Professions talk that I did a while back, probably just because I thought they looked cool. But during that whole thing, I was constantly saying, like, well, this is kind of a starting point, and I'd try this and see how it felt and things like that, because it's like... Yeah. And that's the thing, though, is, like, it's... When designing stuff, and I know this from my own experience doing game design, the initial idea of, like, this seems like an interesting idea is often usually more of a starting point than a conclusion. But when you, like, time limits how often you can kind of change from there. I think maybe a fantasy game designers are not thinking too much about how things worked in the real world.
Never anger a Norn.
Cool! I love getting rank 2 right as I'm about to finish my time in the zone. Perfect time for it. Yeah, I mean, Shear's weapons just look really cool, so I mean that's kind of really what is to it. And like as a game designer, you're just looking for inspirations, and as like an artist, you're looking for things that are like, what's a cool thing? What sort of inspiration can I work with?
Who sent you?
You're not necessarily trying to like look at how did things work in the real world.
Never anger a Norn.
Yeah, exactly. Right as you're leaving. Agni, thank you for I am the strongest.
Goes there. Are you hunting something? Are you hunting something?
I'll grab those. I'll do them at some point, but they're not immediate concerns. I'm gonna go turn in this book to the Scald. Over this way. Hey, Magni.
Who sent you?
Written evidence? My Hero's Handbook. Yes, take it. There we go. I wanted max damage from those things. Not the, like, best, but eh. So people are going to recommend speccing different ways. See, I got decent time left today. Yeah. died. I was afraid of that. Okay, well, let's go talk to the merchant some.
How can I help you?
I'd like to buy an identification kit. Oh man, that's so close to being useful, but just a little bit too off. I need to figure out what I'm doing with dust. I've got too much dust. Yeah. I don't know why it's -5, 20%. I actually would prefer it -100% of the time. Just like -1 physical damage taken. It evens out to this, or it averages out to the same thing, but
How can I help you?
it just feels a little bit neater to me. I'm gonna just run 30 seconds of ads while I sell some dust. This takes a while. There we go. What are the things for today? Oh, bounty on Duncan the Black. Cool. Yep. Okay. I don't really care. Let's do this quest. Let's change the title, playing through, because I'm finished EotN, so let's just switch the title up to factions, because that's where I'm going now. I'm going over to factions. Oh yeah. Kaineng Center, here we come. And I want to go over to the Echovald Forest, which is currently really owned by the Luxons for some reason, but here we are. I guess HCH is good to leave from. Do I have... Hang on, I want to check something under Assassin really quick. Shadow Arts. I do have Beguiling Haze. Cool. And I have Aura of Displacement. Nope. It's not hard to get later if I want it. Okay, back to Paragon. And my signets. Is that like for owning and controlling stuff, or? Not sure what you mean by faction balance numerics. So, just interested in the clarification on that. Hello, Supply Master Conrad. Oh. Yeah. Town ownership. Yeah, it's a bit wonky. Okay, we're fighting some bugs. No Maelstrom, please. Well then. Somebody just got meteor showered into oblivion. Why am I not? There we go. Normally, the Kurziks own basically the entire Jade Sea because by default, if everyone's faction is 0 for the period, the Kurziks are the default value. Huh, that's weird. I definitely get the impression that they kind of expected stuff to be used a little bit more than it has been. Yeah, that is a bit weird. Yeah, because you'd expect it to be positive and negative. Like, you could even just make it a 64-bit int if you needed to. Although, at the time, they probably would have done 32. But even still, even on a 32-bit system, you could do it 64-bit. Signed. Yeah, but you'd expect it to be a signed value, I agree. If you're going, like, one number and then just, like, adding faction or whatever, or taking the difference, I don't know, that'd be weird. I feel like you just do it. I don't know why I interrupted that specifically. I feel like you would just want to do just a comparison between, like... Oh, but yeah, because it's like, it's a weird thing. How? Because it's for who's winning in alliance battles, isn't it? Like, it's not total faction, it's alliance battle victories for who owns areas, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it's got some more complexity to it than that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just like who's winning in alliance battles. It has nothing to do... Like, maybe, like, individual town ownership, I could see absolutely being based on faction. And I think it's just whoever has the most, right? I've always understood it to be alliance battles that determine the faction line. Give me that egg. Yes. This guy. Oh. That's nice. Don't know what I'm going to do with them, but... What's the wiki article on the faction line? Maybe it's just called the faction line. Ah, the Kurzik-Luxon border, that's what it is. The border is shared by all territories and is updated every 3 hours based on the outcome of the last 3 hours of alliance battles, as well as momentum from previous rounds of alliance battles. A faction that pushes into enemy territory will temporarily gain momentum bonus that helps it drive the battle line further into enemy territory. Outposts and towns are awarded to alliances, with preference going to the alliance with the highest amount of faction first. The numbers 1 to 15 indicate the ranking system used, and effectively list the top 15 faction accumulating alliances of each faction. Where the numbers of both Kurzik and Luxon are listed for the same outpost or town, then it is dependent on where the Kurzik-Luxon border is situated at the time. To rank 1 to 3 outpost towns cannot be controlled by the opposing faction. Okay, yeah. So, like... Yeah, where the border is determines who owns it, basically. Yeah, it's controlled by alliance battles. Not by some other factor. It's kind of like how back in the day, favor was determined by which like world region was winning in the Hall of Heroes. That would be. Yeah, I see you in the deep somewhat regularly, Clean Star. I admit to being quite inexperienced in the ways of the deep. I've did it some way back in the day, but I don't remember like jack from it now. Yeah, that is pretty incredible. It's legit owns Cavalon right now. Nope. Shoot to Thrill, AC/DC. Currently owns... And who owns HCH? Gods of Mortals, Guam. Yeah, they currently do. Thank you. Where's the Beak of Darkness at? Conrad, Vosburg, and Ferndale. Oh yeah, but that's way over there. I might as well go over there though and like advance this quest. Mm-hmm. These are not bad if you're doing something that does dazed, but obviously. Yeah, for sure. You go ahead and make brambles. I'm cool with that. Good with our meteor shower. Good old sunk cost fallacy. Maybe you don't Plague Signet at this moment. Is there a gardener around here? Yeah, there is. Well, the titles tab is a motivation for a lot of people to play. I think there's value in that. Also, it's a wasteland for the useful titles to get lost in. I need to do the little bit more that I need for that, don't I? Oh yeah, has this character been a Xingje? Nope. Xingje's up here anyway, but also no. I should do that. Get another Factions World region. Some Luxons over here. I don't know why these guys are spawning. I haven't taken the quest that I would expect to be required to make them spawn. So I'm a little confused on that front. Okay, there's Conrad Vosberg. You go talk to this guy, hidden all the way over here. And turn this marble hammer into some granite. Cool. Okay, we're gonna go do this momentarily. Oh, I haven't been over there. Huh. Okay, let's just go to St. Angelica Shrine. At least the Shunlai aren't locked off behind politics, basically. What did I get? Major Dagger Mastery. Probably not worth anything. Defenders of the Forest. I need to go get Eternal Grove on my map anyway, because that's going to be important for completing in this book. Because I'm missing it. I don't like the faction mechanic as it currently exists, though. It would be much better if it accounted for... Man, that's really pretty over there. If it accounted for more stuff. And had a PvE way of moving it. Actually, what would be really nice is if they had just, like, rethought how they're doing everything, because the core idea of what's going on in factions is not bad. It's, like, half implemented. This is a problem that I have with ArenaNet, where I feel like they half commit to an idea. Like, why did they segregate the Luxon and Kurzik areas so much? There should have been overlap. There should have been, like, reasons why I, as a... Like, if I'm playing as a Kurzik player, like, for a long time as Kurzik, and I never went into Luxon territories because I didn't need to, right? So there needs to be reasons why somebody of one faction wants to go into the other. Because, like, people felt that factions was small compared to Prophecies, and they're not wrong, it is, but it was made artificially smaller by the fact that there's an entire huge chunk of world region that you were just never encouraged to go and explore, because you're basically, like, told, pick a side and stick with that side. And, like, that emphasis meant that, like, especially for a long time, or especially early on, people were not really given a reason to be going and exploring the other side. Like, yeah, it's possible to go to both Kurzik and Luxon areas and all that sort of stuff. But, like, the way the game was designed kind of, it just encourages picking one. And that's fair. That's fair. But I think there's a lot of people who basically didn't venture into the other area, and then they basically lost out on a quarter of the map. And if you're bringing a character over from Prophecies, you basically were experiencing only half the map. Because you were experiencing Kaineng, and then, like, your choice of the Echovold Forest or the Jade Sea. Like, that's very easy to have happen. Because Xingzhe is a huge area. And then the both the Jade Sea and the Echovold Forest are large areas. It's things that exacerbated the sense that, like, faction was small compared to Prophecies. Is all I'm saying. Is that all of the Kurzik and Luxon cultures are integrally reliant on the other side's precious curse gem? Yeah. But that just doesn't come out in gameplay. Like, where is the... Like, elite Kurzik and Luxon armor should have required materials from the both sides, and there should have been ways of, like, plundering them specifically and stuff. It's just one of those things where, like, it doesn't give you the sense... Because, like, Juggernauts require jade to make, from what I understand, and the turtles require amber in order to be able to, like, create. But that's not, like, really explored super well. Yeah, Eternal Grove and Galahad are both, like, supposed to be, oh, you're intimate, like, you've built up trust with us, so we're letting you be participating in, like, our most, like, intimate areas, our most vulnerable spots in the creation of the turtles or the juggernauts, right? That's what's going on with them. And it's like a sign of trust that you're taking on a key role in that regard. But like what I'm saying is like there are border conflicts for Aspenwood and the Jade Quarry. I don't have Fort Aspenwood on this map, but there's no, aside from the Whirlpool map, there's no map that actually like crosses over between the territories, and I really wish there had been like another couple maps that actually let, like, as a PvE player, let you walk from one territory to the other and see more of that border between the world regions. I think that would have been really good to have had. And I wish that they had done that and explored that area more. But like the whole story of factions is so weird to me, of like so much of the game is focused on these factions, and then they end up being a fairly small part of the story overall. Like Shido's involvement with them is just incidental. They're like set dressing. And yet like a huge deal is made out of them. It's in the name of the game. It's the PvP formats added with it are focused on it. Alliances are centered around it. Like so many things are based around the factions, and yet the main story is not principally about the factions. It's very, very weird to me. Like structurally, it's just very strange, I think. So I would have liked to have seen more focus on the factions rather than like the whole Shido plot. Or have the Shido plot kind of woven in there better. Yeah, take their most secret relics and destroy them. Yeah, it's like, wow, okay. That's certainly a direction to take that story. Yeah. It's very weird. Man, it took a long time before I realized the Sunjing district had the Spear of Archimedes and the Urn of St. Victor in it, because they're just kind of sitting there off to the side. Easily ignorable. It's very, very weird. Is their dialogue going to play out in the wrong order again? It usually does. I mean, you have to build up 10,000 faction with them for them to trust you. That's what the befriending quests are all about. It's like giving you an objective, like, okay, fill this however you want. Get it through PvP, get it through doing quests. You can fill it up either way. But no, they're not super useful. The spear a little bit more than the urn, but even then. Like, that's the thing too, is like, why the heck are these things supposed to be particularly good against Shido? Like, it's so random to me. Like, what makes these two random dudes good against Shido? Like, there's no reason for that. Like, it's just, I feel like the faction story is very much so a first pass and wasn't critically examined, and they just didn't take the time to like actually really think it through, because they were like they wanted to release it in 6 months after Prophecies came out, maybe 8, and they were running behind, and I think they were just always in the we're behind mindset. So it's like, we don't have time, we just need to try to get this out. Yeah, 10k is a lot that you have to build up when you're first going through. It's less once you've like gotten through it and you can like do vanquishes and stuff. But yeah, until you have hard mode unlocked and things like that, it is quite the challenge for sure. And like, it slows things down because people are like, oh, the way you play the game is mission to mission to mission. So like, when you de-emphasize side quests and just focus on missions and following primary quests, suddenly being like, oh, now in order to be able to progress, you have to do a bunch of side quests, feels really weird too. Archimedes and Victor are relevant as they apparently are the two identical warriors Regular warrior, wife, and armor who kill Shido. Yeah, it's because they killed Shido in the past, and that's the only thing relevant to Visa. It's like, what is making Shido like what about killing Shido in that cinematic? It's a sweet cinematic, but what about killing Shido suddenly makes it so that way you're in a like have some special ability to do anything to him now? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. It's very, very strange in my opinion. I feel like I'm going in a weird direction. I want to follow the river. So yeah, I feel like factions just needed more time to bake narratively than they gave it. But like I have a similar problem. I mean, it's not the same problem. I have the problem with Nightfall where Varys just feels like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. It's like, how the heck does her military take her seriously? Yeah. It's so weird. Like, the faction story is just super weird to me. I like the prophecy story a lot. I think it could be better told, but I like the story a lot. Overall. Like, it needs more side quests, it needs more fleshing out, and so on. But the overall beats of it I quite like. But, like, faction story to me is, like, very perplexing. Shido is not well explored as a character. And like I don't know, the whole thing to me feels like it needed to have been like thought through a little bit longer. And then Nightfall story, like I don't know, I don't care for the escalation of like a villain that they did with it. Like Abaddon's alright, but wrong place, wrong time. Kind of, yeah. The thing is, we just don't know much about Shido. There's more in some of the back stuff, or some of the supplemental stuff, but in the in-game narrative just doesn't explore Shido enough to really sort of explain who he is and what his motivations are. Gonna wait for Elias to catch up. Okay, well the boss has discovered I exist, so. Yeah, well, my big problem is that like Varys is such a Saturday morning cartoon villain. I do not know what she's trying to accomplish or why, but more than that, I don't know why why her entire nation is following along with her. Like that's just a huge head scratcher for me. By the point you face Varys, you've been performing cranial rectal inversions on your minions for the last 20 hours, then you fight her. I mean, yeah, you are. I don't know. So it's just. And then the other thing, too, is in her fight against her, when she dies and then resurrects, it's like. It's not clear enough what's going on at that point. There should have been a cutscene there. But anyway. And I like the stuff that they did with Realm of Torment. I think that was a really cool like direction to take it. I just wish it had been kind of set up better. Like again, Varys is just such a Saturday morning cartoon villain. Like, what is her motivation? What is she trying to accomplish? It's sort of explored. She's like she wants to give the world to Abaddon because she thinks he'll give him her power or something. But like, why does she want power? Like, it's the sort of thing where it's like, yeah. But it's the sort of thing where it's like her motivations are so important for what's going on in that story too, and they're just not really well explored. I don't know. It's not like the most important thing or anything, but just I wish the games had a little bit more oomph going on narratively. And so I like the complexity and the nuance of the prophecies plot that is there in areas, but or at least the fact that it's not just here's our villain right off the bat, where it kind of has where it kind of has like a direction that it goes and builds up to and things. I like that about prophecies. I'm going to pop Gwen out of the party so I can give Anton some daggers. Here, have these split chakrams. Helps my inventory space a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go to my guild hall and clean out my inventory here. And then I'm going to look at my skills and try to rearrange stuff a little bit. See, they gave me skill points. Yeah, I'm building up my skill points a little bit here. I imagine Tanned Hide still sells for 30, yeah. Wanderer's Major Dagger. This is worth 90 gold. So it might be worth salvaging if I wanted to use the Major Dagger, but I don't think I do. Okay. Let's just merchant this stuff off then. There we go. Okay, I kind of want to change up my monks specifically. Okay, so right now I have a glimmer of lights prop monk. Do I have Zealous Benediction? Because ZB might be better. Blessed Light would also be good except for the energy costs on it. I could see dropping... Do I have Gift of Health? I do. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap over to Boon Signet and Gift of Health. Like that. I'm also going to swap from Dismiss Condition, which I think of as a fairly inconsistent skill, to Mend Ailment, I think. Yeah, I think that'll probably be a little bit easier on her energy. Or at least I'm hoping it will be. Dunkoro is straight up HB. Do I have Signet of Rejuve? I don't think so. No. Heal Party is one of those skills that's good, but I imagine it's really heavy on, or really hard on his energy pool. What else do I have for options here? I think I might drop the Healer's Boon. Let's see. I have... No, Mesmer is not that far self. Yeah, I have Power Drain. Now I'm running one copy there, so I have one copy free that I can slot in over here. Oh, but that's like no investment in Inspiration Magic. I mean, that's still net energy, but... Okay. So I feel like I want Word of Healing. I like good Healing Breeze, so I'm going to use that. Let's see, what else do I have here? Yeah, I don't have staples. I don't have Dwayne's Kiss. Patient Spirit, though, is a good option. I'll slot on Patient Spirit. Do I have... No. Okay. I have Divine Healing, though. That's probably good to slot in. Or Heaven's Delight works. Something like this feels reasonable to me. Yeah, I like that. Hada's fine. Just got some good Spear Mastery going on. He's been fine, I think. I got Sasuke I'm fine with. Panic. Yeah, Panic's probably pretty good. Okay, I think I'm going to swap over to these. I was feeling like my monks were a little underperforming or underwhelming or whatever. Term you may want to use there. Actually, I think I might go slash monk here. And just in case something... Oh. I want Imlad. I'll go ahead and drop on Crude Swing, though. Just Ray of Judgment. I don't know what other one is a Blue Sky Beam. Word of Censure is not a Blue Sky Beam. Shield of Judgment is not a Blue Sky Beam. Defender's Zeal is not a Blue Sky Beam. Balthazar's Pendulum is not one. Oh, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, a lot of the icons are. There's some really cool... Like, I'm constantly frustrated. I don't know how this is going to go. I'm constantly frustrated that Symbol of Wrath has an icon this sweet that is not, like... There's no visual effect for it. It's just... There's no visual effect, and it's just so disappointing to me. Yeah, icon work is really hard, though, for whatever that's worth. Hello, it's Carvalho? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let's see, just want to try to take this side down quickly. Like, they're not completely defenseless up here, but they're very close to it. Okay. Yeah, the Elite Juggernaut Berta. We need to go take out the thing. Yeah. That's funny. I'm not entirely surprised, though, because, like, making a bunch of icons is difficult, and... like, I have been working on a game in RPG Maker MV where I'm making my own icons, and, like, figuring out what the heck I want to do with icons can be really difficult sometimes. Especially for some more abstract concepts. Okay, let's get back inside. Specifically going after these rangers. So yeah, it makes so much sense to just reuse icons. It really, really does. The heck is your pet that you're running in one with? There we go. Ow. The only one that matters is the next Western one, though. Death Nova. I don't know why they have Death Nova. It's a bit perplexing. Being a build of just 8 men screaming is a joke build? Oh, probably. That sounds like a joke build. I have no idea where these rangers are trying to go. Save yourselves for great justice. We will survive. What a piece of hot garbage that one is. Oh man, I wish I would love a like a rune or something that's like some sort of downside on it, but it lets you use a second elite. Just like you could use 2 elites, but no PvE only skills. This can only be equipped by human, like or by this can't be used by AI, sort of thing. Like, how'd that be for a trade-off? Would you trade your PvE slots for another elite skill? Make some wonky builds? It does seem like the sort of thing that you might do. There's definitely some elites that would be somewhat irrelevant to doing that with, but... Okay, looks like the next round of turtles is showing up. Yeah, they're going to be getting hit a little bit harder. Just going back and forth. Bring in the heals. Come on, where are you? Ooh. Southern one's getting wrecked. Yeah, Elemental Attunement plus Master of Elements is really good. Yeah, lost one. Oh well. Oh, here they are. Further, it just becomes... Yeah, Exelite and Elemental Attunement. Yeah, it does. It's true. It absolutely does become that. That's just because that's like how Elementalist works. Well, we lost one Tree Singer. Hopefully we'll be able to keep the rest. If you don't kill some of these turtles and stuff... Oh, wow. When did we lose the entire north? I have no idea. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. We just need to get through this one. Okay, whatever. The Afflicted will be here soon, but they're not here yet. And I'd like to free up these guys here. Here they come. Yeah, a boss with multiple elites does make sense. Okay, and this side's pretty well defended. We've got an extra turtle over here. I'm just gonna help. My monks are decidedly stronger. Okay. Well, this guy I don't care that much about. Oh my goodness, he hit so hard. Okay, we're not doing super well here. A lot of axes, yeah. Okay, come back in this way. Where you have to contend with... Oh great, just me. That's not good. That's really not good. I don't have a way of resurrecting my team. Well, I thought my team was decent, but apparently I was wrong. Okay, Liebert, I need you to come with me. Oh my goodness, this is absolute madness. Okay, you guys can go do stuff. Danica, I need a heal, please. Thank you. Danica, I need a heal, please. Oh, wow. That is so much damage from... Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yep. Okay, that went really poorly. In the end there. Let's see. I do want to potentially do some tweaks to team builds. I feel like the monks were in an okay spot overall. Hada. What do I have in motivation, though? Maybe a Ray of Restoration would be better than Hasty Refrain. Let's see. Do I want to... I might switch her over to command. Drop leadership a couple points so I can get command a bit higher. Lyric of Zeal is really good for helping the energy on my team, but maybe I want incoming stand your ground. Incoming to help us get around better. Never surrender. Maybe that's superior here. I do still like having power return. I like having that interrupt. And this is a bit silly, but I think it's fine. I think I want to change stuff up here. Let's see. He is super curses oriented. Yeah. Olivia doesn't really have any sort of specificity in what she's doing just yet. Okay, let's go to the guild hall so I can get some runes for her. I don't know, just grab me 5 plat, I guess. What do I get in this? Major spawning power. That's nice. Improved sale value. Perfect. It's Stalker's Attunement. Don't know on that one. Those have been in flux some lately. Okay, Necromancer. I want Minor Death, Curses, Soul Reaping, Superior Blood. For her. A Bloodstained, please. That'll be good. Yeah, let's go ahead and give her Kirsch's Staff. Bloodstained goes in the boots. That's where it originally was. I don't think major spawning is worth anything. A little bit. Not enough. Night Stalkers. Nope. Night Stalker's not worth anything. Attunement's not worth anything. I'll just be merchanting that then. I would like some Radiant Insignia. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, Minor Vigor is actually really cheap. I'll go to a Minor Vigor rune too. I don't typically, but when they're so cheap, might as well. Okay. Right then. Skills for Livia. Strip enchantment. I want Well of Power here. Strip enchantment will be good. I like having some enchantment removal available. Do I have Blood Bond or Mark of Fury? Doesn't look like it. I have Dark Bond. That's not the same thing, though. Let's see, I'm going to grab Vec, I think. He was fine. Okay. Let's see, I don't need that maxed. I liked having a random minion floating around. I thought that was quite useful. Let's see. So I have... Just glancing through. I can bring Masochism. That's not bad. And then... Bone Minion. Sure, let's go ahead and bring Fiends. And, you know what? Withering Aura. Do I have Blood Ritual as well? That wouldn't be out of place. No, I do not. Of course not. I have barely any blood magic, actually, when I'm looking at my list here. That's okay. I can go into something else for some utility. Let's see. I don't really have a whole lot of resurrection skills available to me. I'm using... but my monk's ones are opened up because of switching characters. Cool. We'll go /monk here then. And I don't mind another copy of Remove Hex, and I don't mind Renew Life. Renew Life. We'll go with Renew Life. Vec. You can bring Restore Life. Okay. Do I have We Shall Return? I don't think so. No. Okay. And Vec I'm fine with. Although if I have Shell Shock, I want the cracked armor, I think. Yeah, judging by air elites I think I'm fine with Thunderclap here on him. Okay. I think that's all the more tweaks to builds I want to do. I think this is fine. We'll see. Energy is a bit worse without Lyric of the Lyric to help with it. It's just kind of how it shakes out. Right, intermission button. Okay, let's try that again with these modifications here. I think I want to take out the first round of turtles and then the second middle turtle, but not all of the turtles, I think is how I'm going to approach this. I still like the idea of potentially capping Ray of Judgment off of the boss if that shows up, so. I like how it's detecting that we're under a run speed buff and she's not using incoming. At least that's how it's reading to me. I'm just explaining the premise right now. Okay, here comes the first waves. Yep, as soon as we get outside of there. Again, speeding this up. Okay. Good. Take out that first turtle. Something like that, Baron. There we go. Back inside. Keep an eye on things. I'm gonna grab the Elite Juggernauts. And then come on this other side so I can take care of these guys running around over here. Okay. One more warrior running around. And then a turtle. So we'll go after that turtle. Wow. I feel like our damage is way up, and I'm not entirely sure why. Well, Vec does more damage than Gwen was doing. That's probably part of it. But I don't know that Livia's a more damaging bar or anything. I'm pretty sure she isn't. I'll give my monks a chance to get up here. The slow minion horde. Yeah, take that, your mind freeze. Okay, I just want to get back inside at this point. Yep. Bunch of dudes coming in on the other side. Oh, that tree singer is in a bad way. Well, that'll help. Give them some healing. we go. I'm going to leave these Juggernauts over here. If they die, they get respawn as long as there's tree singers at their tree, so that lets me kind of watch this side a little bit and not have to worry about that one as much. Menlo's usually over there. Menlo might be dead. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay, I think those Luxon Warriors are probably going to die to the Elite Juggernauts. At least I hope so. I hope the Elite Juggernauts can take down a couple warriors. I don't know how these guys are using the as one skills when they clearly are lacking in the pet department, but here we are. How have they not taken out... Okay, apparently Elite Juggernauts are absolute garbage. Oh, they don't attack until you're next to them? What sort of nonsense is that? Okay, you know what, whatever, just follow me. It'll be fine. Just need to wait for that last Western Turtle to show up. I want to leave the other ones alive so that way they can turn and join us. Menlo is still more competent while dead than Nankora. Yeah, Alicia has a little bit of a bad rap from back in the day when her bar included a healing touch and she liked to run to the front line, but Alicia's not the worst monk. The worst monk is one of the henchmen from factions that has Blessed Light, and she absolutely just ends her entire energy pool so quickly. She has no energy management. There's none. So she just, like, spends her time out of energy. Oh, yeah, I know. Like, I'm not saying Alicia's great. She's just not the worst. She's not as bad as... I forget if it's Jamie? Alicia's not in EotN. I think it's Menlo and Lena. Yeah, no, like... Alicia's still not good. The Crystal Desert is really, really hard in particular. Like, that's an especially difficult area. The henchmen are just not up to snuff for those missions. Okay, so we got a ranger over there that's not turning. We didn't get the siege turtle. That's a little disappointing. I don't know how this works, but I don't want this guy sitting around being a problem. So we're going to go quickly take him down. Oh yeah, Alicia was worse back in the day. Because back in the day, Alicia used to have healing touch, and she would use it. So what she was really known for and why she got her reputation, and like in the Norn tournament, right, when Alicia's there, she plays as a monk warrior that runs into you and does stuff. Because what she was known for doing back in the day, I don't know why that ranger's still around. What she was known for doing back in the day is she would use healing touch and run into the front line on your warriors and end up constantly in the front line getting herself killed. Like, that's what she was known for, and like that's why she has the reputation she does in part. Like, if you see all sorts of... There's, like, all sorts of references to that time. So, yeah, she was absolutely worse back in the day. Not that she's great now, but she was worse. I don't know if they have some of her old bars still around anywhere or not. But yeah. Okay, good. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. That's fine. I might be a little focused right now on the fight. Yeah, she does get Word of Healing once she gets up in levels, which is good. Okay, back to the other side. Hey, Brother Menlo. There he is. Those Luxons are still fighting each other over there. Yeah, but she's not in your party for long. Pretty certain the monk who just dumpstered their mana is Jamie. So is it the Danica or Jamie? No, it's Jamie. Because Menlo often helps you in... Danica's actually somewhat competent. She has a reasonable bar. And then... Oh, what's the other one? Sister Ty? Sister Ty has the same bar as Jamie, except Sister Ty has empathic removal instead of Blessed Light. So she has better energy. Yeah. Again, I ain't going to claim Jamie's good these days. Just that she's way better than she used to be. Or Alicia, rather. Jamie is not great, because she just does not keep an energy pool around. Well, the other thing that doesn't help is the Jade Sea has no necromancers, but you get access to Blood Ritual in... okay, they've got that for a couple moments anyway. Okay, I want to go onto the other side. The other side of the ship, the other side of the ship. Oh my goodness, this is so many friggin' rangers. How can there be this many rangers? This is like against some sort of ranger guidelines. Ow. Well, at least we have a siege turtle over here. That helps this side a lot. Good old well of power. That was the last guy in that group. Okay. We managed to hold through on that. This side's definitely the more important one for me to be defending. This guy just has enraged, right? Yeah, I already have that. I don't care about the other skills. I can just buy them. Nope. Menlo died. Does not entirely surprise me. Galahad is very different than this one. When I actually did Galahad on this character, I actually went through without, because I've already done Galahad. And I actually got Masters on the first try without trying to do any sort of back routes or anything, which really surprised me. That one can be so painful. Okay. Good job, Turtle. You've done your job. Okay, Turtle down, but Turtle did job. Oh, yeah. Bringing a bonder for them would be a good idea. Let's actually come over here. This is the last group, so I don't think it'll be a problem, but I'm just going to set up spirits here. I don't know how one Luxon Ranger is managing to hold off 2 Luxon Rangers this entire time, but the back route's super long. It is super, super long. See, I think the Afflicted mostly just come to this side, right? Genjo and Senku. Is it always the same bosses in this? I'm not actually sure. I would have thought not, but maybe it is. Yeah, it's too slow to notice these guys sneaking back over here. There we go. My goodness, he did not want to go down. Looks like my minions are doing a good job of holding things off over here otherwise. That sucks, though. Hey, Micro GW. I see. I got Warrior earlier, too. Man, sucks that I missed Master by like that one back group. I'll take this quest. I'm not going to do it right now, though. We're actually kind of at the end of the stream. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're at the end of the stream time. Unfortunately, I had that one Afflicted get in there in the back and take out one of those guys without me realizing it, but it happens. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here. I will be back tomorrow to continue playing through factions. I'm probably going to be beating factions, which means I'll be able to capture a couple of skills too, which is going to be really exciting. By which I mean a couple of 7-weapon stance and whatnot. But I think that's going to go ahead and wrap stuff up for me for today. So like I said, I will be back tomorrow. You can follow the channel to get notified when I go live. You can check the schedule down below. I also make mention when I'm about to go live on my Discord, which I hit caps lock in there somewhere, which you can go and check out too. But I think that's going to be all the things. Like I said, tomorrow, continuing Guild Wars. And until then, everyone, thank you all very much for watching. Take care.